Ina mana ina reo ina rangatira ma tina koutou katoa. Numa haere mai, ko Rachel Rees toku ingoa, ko Te Kura Mātua o Whakatū. Welcome to all of you who have gathered for this first council meeting of the year, although it doesn't feel like the first meeting because we've been meeting regularly in preparation for long-term plan, had briefings. We've really been underway since sort of the middle to the end of January. But here we are today with some reports, and I'll invite everyone to stand and we'll open with karakia. Ko rongi, ko papa, ko rongo, ko tāne mahuta, ko tāngaroa, ko tuaitata, ko tāwhia mai, ko tāwhia mai, so kono te rongo, ko papa ka rongo, ki te wāi, ki te ao marama, e rongo, whakaria a kiki kia tina, huie, tai kie, kia ora, welcome. It's a while since we've done that karakia. We might have to have a few rounds on it to warm up again, to have a little bit of a practice. Yes. I gave you a change from Tuia. I thought you might be feeling like a bit of variety this year. All right, so we're all here. I haven't got any apologies for today's meeting. I want to just remind everyone, of course, we're live streaming, so I'm just getting into practice with those microphones. Again, making sure we've got them off when we're not speaking on when we need to speak. In terms of just the process for the meeting today, if you've got questions about items, if I just ask that you hold signalling that you want to ask a question until speakers have finished speaking, just because it's quite distracting for the speakers if we've got hands waving around the room, and I'll make sure that I capture at the close of who needs to speak. Particularly a warm welcome to Greer and Isla, who are here as our youth councillors. Welcome. Greer, this is, you've been to many council meetings already, haven't you? I feel like you have. Third year. And Isla, welcome. Is this your first year on youth council? Oh, well, welcome. And is this your first meeting? Fantastic. Well, it's great to have you here. And if you, as we go through the papers, if you've got any questions, and you just signal to me as well, and I'll put you on the list and you can ask any questions as we go. And we really enjoy having you as part of our meetings. You've had the council agenda distributed, and there is one late item, which is the adoption of the draft financial strategy, and we spent some time going through that earlier in the week. So just in terms of the order of business, we will just confirm that it'll be pretty much as set out on the agenda sheet, but we need to consider this item which is being distributed, the late item adoption of the financial strategy, as a major late item, and there's the resolution that's set out in the paper. So somebody care to move that resolution to consider that? Thank you, Councillor Noonan. Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor McGurk. It's set out there, which is consider the item regarding adoption of the draft financial strategy at this meeting as a major item not on the agenda pursuant to section 46A 7A of the Local Government Official Information Meetings Act 1987 to enable a timely decision to be made. So it's been moved and seconded. Any questions or debate? No. Okay, so I'll put it. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Carried. Thank you. Now we have an additional document that has been tabled. It looks quite large. Now, someone like to just let the members what's on it and why we've got it. Who's going to do that one? Chief Executive. Thanks, Pat.
So, thank you, Madam Mayor. It's the last attachment to the library report. It's an A3 page, and the one that you've got has 4 options and should have had 5 options. So this is the last attachment with the 5 options, which aligns with what is discussed in the report. Our apologies for leaving the wrong table attached.
Thank you. All right. So basically, it's the one in the document it chopped off the 5th table. Is that right on the right-hand side? Is it? Yep. Is that it?
We didn't update the table.
Oh, you hadn't updated the table. Oh, okay.
When we increased from 4 options to 5 options, we we produced an updated table. It just didn't get into Info Council and didn't get to you. I'm sorry.
All right. Okay. All right. So just be mindful of that one, that we've got that. So when the report's presented, you might just have to refer to that document. And then I have, we have a PowerPoint presentation confirmed. Sheaves from Wakatu is going to join us for the meeting when we get to the Climatorium and Alma-Turman Library report. So Ian is available. He has, he'll be in the background, and we'll bring him into the meeting as we get to those reports, which I'm not expecting to be too far away. So I think they're the only things I need to update you on. And then subsequent to the issuing of the agenda, we had a request for public forum from Mr. Steve Cross, who wants to speak to the library development reports. And I have agreed to Steve joining the meeting for today. So I think that covers everything. Any interests I need to be aware of today? Any updates? Just as a general, I think it's really good at the start of every sort of financial year just to do a quick run through, have a good look at your interests. Sometimes you've had changes in terms of external appointments. Just have a refresh and make sure we've got everything up to date. So we'll move on to public forum, and Steve, I'll invite you to join the meeting. Morena.
So I've been trying to stay out of this beer pit actually, but I've spent the last few days going around, I can't believe it, I can't believe it, I can't believe it. And I'm still saying it after seeing the eye-watering cost for this library, but also weighing up the inundation risk, because there's a massive disconnect between what you've told 4,500 ratepayers who've had limb notations put on their properties versus the message we're getting from this proposal. But just throw some figures at you. So the proposed library, $44 million, 3,250 square metres, a cost of $13,540 per square metre. Just unbelievable, that amount. So I'll give you some comparisons. The new Motueka library, $5 million for an 1,100 square metre building, $4,545 per square metre. So your proposal is 3 times the cost of that new Motueka library. If you built this new library at the same price as the Motueka one, $15 million bill. So there's $30 million somewhere of difference and I don't know what you're getting for that. Another comparison, Green Meadows Centre, and I know that's got some history, but if we figure it's got a $7.5 million cost, it was 1,825 square metres, that's 4,102 per square metre. So your proposed library is going to cost 3.3 times on a unit floor basis is what Green Meadows did. And Green Meadows isn't a cheap building. Green Meadows cost nearly twice as much as the Golden Bay Community Centre did, and it's about half as useful. So and I also look at another example around the place, Blenheim Library and Art Gallery. And that's a high-end building. It's a Warren and Marnie design, 3,600 square metres. It's costing $20 million. That's 41% of the proposed cost of the Nelson Library. Go and have a look at the Marlborough District Council website to see what that building looks like. It's a pretty amazing building. Just to rub salt into the wound, $11 million of that $20 million is coming from the Shovel Ready Fund. They're a hell of a lot more on the ball over there than here. I mean, it's Picton Library. Now, this is a good one because it's being designed by Athfield Architects and built by Scott's Construction. So just recently built. It's a small library, so there's no real scale of economy. $6 million, 727 square metres, 60% of the cost that you're doing here. So you've got to ask yourself, why is it so bloody expensive here? And I'm starting to think there must be some sort of mafia shakedown racket going on here or something, that everything costs so much here. So the $44 million just is extraordinary. I mean, you could buy a multi-storey high-end building on the terrace in Wellington for that. I mean, just do some comparisons and start asking yourself what you're getting for your money. Another example, some of you know, this is a high-profile building, the Hundert Vasa Art Centre in Whangarei underway at the moment. Now, that's a work of art, not a building, really. $30 million. And that is had 500 people working on it. It's hasn't got a single straight line through it. It's covered in ceramic tiles and mosaics, all brought in from Germany. It's an extraordinary $30 million. So I guess I'm putting it out there and saying, how can this be so extravagant? And can you've got to ask yourself, can a pissant little city like Nelson, and that is, it is, we are a small city with a lot of working class people who are on, minimum wage. How can we really afford something like this? Can we really do that? And I'm completely conscious half our sewers have been rated as poor or very poor. We have huge infrastructure demands. I don't know whether you read Stuart Walker's opinion piece on Saturday, but it's scary. So, $44 million, is that the best use of that money? I'm not saying don't do a library, but it's like, how can everyone else do it? Maybe you need to outsource to TDC or Marlborough or someone to build this, because it is just over the top expensive. And I suppose one thing, I hope someone here today is going to ask this question, and that is, how much corporate overhead is in this cost? Because I suspect that a lot of our projects now are getting really lumbered with corporate overhead, and that's out of control here. 46% increase in the wages and salary bill in 5 years, 11% alone last year. That all filters through into projects like this. So, again, you've got to look at the whole picture. I can't talk about inundation other than, the Tonkin and Taylor report shows that this site is prone to inundation under a half-metre sea level rise. Your own, if you're following MFE guidelines with the, and it's in the joint Nelson Tasman Development Manual, you should be planning for 1.5 metre sea level rise.
Steve, thank you. You've given us plenty of material to ask questions on, and I really appreciate that. Certainly, I can assure you that I myself have asked several questions in relation to how the cost has got to the number it is and what are the components there. So when the reports come forward, the officers are well prepared to speak to those matters because they've had those questions to them previously, and we've done the similar comparisons to you as it happens. So yes, we do want to understand that really clearly. So I appreciate you coming in, and thank you very much for taking an interest in council matters. You contributed a lot to our conversations, and we value that. So thank you for taking the time. All right, we're well over time. Kelsey's the beeps didn't go before, but we're well over time. I do want to keep to time today because I know Mr. Sheevers has gone on a time frame. We are now on to the confirmation of minutes, and you'll see some minutes set out on pages 8 through 38, and these are the minutes from the 10th of December meeting. So you've had a chance to read through those. If there are any corrections, no, moved by the Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councillor Courtney. Any debate? Okay, so I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Carried. Thank you. Then we come to the minutes of the meeting of the 17th of December, and they are set out on pages. Oh, look, I got that wrong, didn't I? I'm not sure what pages.
12.
Oh, we lost some page numbers as we came through. That's all right. So the other ones, they're all, the whole body of them are between 8 and 38, but they start on page 12. Any corrections or additions to those minutes of the 17th of December? Nope. Everyone's happy with those. In that case, I'll move their true and correct record. Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Skinner. Any questions? Any debate? I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Carries. Then on page 39, I think we've got the Mayor's report, and I'm just keeping it brief today. There's lots of things that have gone on over the interim period. But for the purpose of timeliness, I've just captured the things that I would normally record. And Councillor Noonan has had one of her, she's had her subcommittee meeting, and as we discussed, I'd allow the chairs of the subcommittees just to put in anything briefly that they wanted to put in. Just note that we have, in terms of moving up alert levels on Sunday night, Monday morning, the organisation plan worked very effectively, quite seamlessly. The incident management team met on Monday and everything went according to plan. The staff did the transition to partially working from home, and then there'll be the coming back again, so back into the building. So that sometimes takes a little bit of time just to get IT and things connected up, but really impressed with our contingency planning and well worth having done that. And I think across the city, just checking in with many of our larger organisations and businesses, the same thing, that everyone had very good contingency planning, and that is important as we head into this year 2021. The response from the Prime Minister and Ministry of Health, Government Ministry of Health, was quick, and the level of testing across both our region and throughout New Zealand has been good. The use of the COVID Tracer app certainly took a big jump, and I think that's one thing that we just need to really mind ourselves as community leaders about, role modelling the importance of using that Tracer app, because it makes such a difference to how we respond. So just a reminder that we all need to be out there doing it and make sure we use it. In terms of the start of the year for the region, obviously we had, and I'll come back to this probably as we get into a little bit more economic reporting for the year, the impact of the hail damage in Tasman District was quite significant. It was quite targeted, but it is likely to have some impacts on jobs as we come to through the season, the horticultural season, and so we're just going to have to track that and watch that. Our unemployment numbers we've made some progress in terms of placing people into jobs, and that's a good thing, but we're just watching that one. And as I get the next data coming through, I wanted to give you regular reporting on that in terms of housing particularly, and the housing pressure, and I'm just waiting to get the new updates for the region. Everything that we can see so far is the pressure on rental housing, the number of people who are not able to find housing, number of people that are needing support from MSD is only growing, and it is across multiple age groups right through to people in retirement years. So I think our focus on housing is absolutely right, and the issues are only becoming greater. So we've got to now really get that partnership working both with central government, local government, and our community housing providers in iwi. It's going to be a critical year for us. But I'll come back to more on that when I can give you some stats. So that's pretty much the report. Mayor's Discretionary Fund, Ko Teitanga Moti Taio Memorandum of Understanding, and Strategic Development and Property Update. So I'll move that we receive my report, and then I'll take questions. Councillor Rainey. Oh, yeah, I'm just moving it to get it started in a second, and then I'll just go to questions. It's just for speed. Seconded by the Deputy Mayor. Okay, and then I'll go questions, and then we'll get to debate.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The item in your report 373839, the Strategic Development Property Subcommittee meeting, I was a little surprised to see this in your report. Is this going to be the method by which we get feedback from those meetings? Are they not being minuted?
Oh, they are being minuted, but what the chairs wanted to, I'll go to Councillor Noonan actually. So,
I think thank you through the chair. It's just that for expediency and for updating the councillors on a well, fairly quickly after the meeting, because it's not, our next meeting's not until the 1st of April. So this is really an update. It was a mechanism to report in a speedy way so that the councillors are up to date fairly quickly after the meeting. So the decision was to make, to come through the Mayor's report was to write a quick report so that any questions or queries can be raised at an early point. And so you can see any work that's gone out. Yep, otherwise you're going to have to wait till your way on through. And the purpose of this committee is to actually get some work done.
Okay, so this is going to be the pattern for both of these subcommittees.
Oh, actually, all three. I'm actually going to give John Peters, Chair of Audit, Risk and Finance, the opportunity too, just so that we keep a really strong connection across the subcommittees to council and for everybody, so it's going through. So it's up to the chairs. If they've got something they particularly want to pop in, I don't think the Urban Development Subcommittee has met as yet this year. And it's just a bit of a, in the interest of being more conversational and making sure that you see what's going on, I want that to happen. And I'm conscious particularly that for the Audit Risk Finance Committee, I wanted to get that closer to council. So just as Councillor Noonan said, the timeframes are longer and we just want to make sure that we've got those opportunities so that you can keep the conversation going. Because the minutes are miles away. Councillor Skinner.
I think it's very helpful because that was some issue at sometimes previous terms of things might be a little bit out of step, and it was good to keep abreast. So I think it's very helpful. Little bits of info.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councillor O'Neill-Stevens.
You just mentioned you'd be extending it to John Peters. Will you also be extending it to John Murray with the Forestry Subcommittee?
Oh, God, I suppose. I keep forgetting that one's sitting there. That's a good reminder. I do actually forget that. Yes, absolutely. Yeah, and then we can just keep that connection going. That's a good idea, Councillor O'Neill-Stevens. Okay, I just haven't quite got my head in that space yet. Righty-ho, any others? All right, that's great. Okay, so it's been moved and seconded. Any debate? Nope, I'll put it. All those in favour? Aye, against, carried. Thank you. Now we are looking at the options for climatorium report. So you've got that report on page 41, and I'll just see if Ian is with us. Well, that sounds like the doorbell. We're letting him in.
It's in an aquarium.
Morena. Oh. Morena, Ian, we'll just get the sound sorted out. All right. Yeah. I think we're good now. No, we're not. Sorry, Ian, we'll be with you shortly. I know you're in Golden. How are we going, Kelsey? I think we're there. Yeah. Oh gosh, that's good. That was it. Oh no. Oh no. Ian, we're just going to take a short break while the technology gets sorted out. It should take us 2 minutes. I've got to stop talking though.
Yeah.
There's no mics on and devices are on use. Yeah.
Another point.
We would have to manually do it. They're all off.
Nah. So if we go back home, it's just going to do the same thing, isn't it?
Yeah.
Do we need to try reset the accounts? I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if it's at. He's here. Yeah, he's here.
He's mute. Yeah, no, he knows that.
He knows what we're doing.
Yeah, we've been messaging him. I test is coming up and that's given to be here when we see if that
You want me to try that?
Yeah.
You know, I'm just going to do a test to see before we go live streaming. You want to try talking back to me? See if it is. I don't think you can hear me. Can you hear me?
Oh, no, he went back. Yes.
No, he will. I've only it.
Ian, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Okay, we can't now. I can't hear you. You've got the echo. I'm on a break, so I'm just trying to see if this will work. Oh no.
I can hear you fine.
Okay, I'm going to wait till IT can I'm really sorry about this.
Yeah.
We'll find a
They can get us talking over live stream and we're going to see microphones and mirrors.
Yeah. So I basically have to turn that. I've turned that down because we're getting the feedback.
Yeah. I've got his number. We can give it to you.
What are we going to do?
IT just comes now.
Yeah.
It might be something. So 021 840 644. So we're to the IT are here now and to try and work out what the issue is. So we've turned all the sounds
Well,
off.
I mean, I can talk over the phone.
Yeah.
It can be
So
broadcast. The only thing is it might be difficult for me to hear, you know, other people in the chamber, but I can talk through the slides over the phone if necessary. Okay. Okay. Yeah. I have to give a presentation to the board about just after 10:30. So yeah. Okay, great. Thanks. Bye.
Test.
Yeah, yes, I heard that.
We're now back live streaming. The IT staff have had a go at fixing this, and I'm going to tentatively try again. And if it doesn't work, then we're going to do a workaround, and Ian's going to phone us. Now, just in terms of our meeting today, Ian is available with us till about 20:10. He's got another commitment. He's in Golden Bay, so we do need to be. We didn't really have time for lost time today, so we're going to have to work quickly but efficiently. So, Ian, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
All right, that's fantastic, and it's not echoing, so we might be okay. That's fantastic. All right, so stay with us. I think we can work with the system. So we're starting on the options for the climatorium report, and that's set out on page 41 of your agenda. And I welcome Mr. Chris Ward to the meeting. Chris is here to support this report. It's under the name of the Chief Executive, but given Chris is sitting in the hot seat, I think he's probably going to present the report. Yes, he is. So Morena, Chris, welcome. And what I'll do is hand over to you to present the report. Are there any corrections or additions that we need to make to the report?
No.
All right, thank you. And so I'll ask you to present, and then you'll join, invite Ian in as and when you both want to do the presentation.
Tēnā koutou katoa. This report is really, when council signed up to the agreement with Lemvik, there was talk about a climatorium in there, and I guess what we're trying to do through this report is just clarify what council's expectations are, and the reason that Mr. Sheaves is involved is that fundamentally the climatorium is about relationship rather than a building. And Wakatu are the organisation that have worked really hard over the last year to build that relationship with Denmark and colleagues over there, and to take the vision that Denmark had for its climatorium and try and bring it to fruition here in Nelson as well. So council has definitely got a role in this, because the model is that council, central government, local government, community research and business all come together in the climatorium framework. And so I'll hand over to Ian just so that he can talk a bit about Wakatu's vision for what the climatorium is and how they see them moving ahead with the concept and the role that council would fit in with their plans.
Okay. Thank you, Chris. Welcome, Ian.
Kia ora, everyone. Thanks for the opportunity to speak about this. We've got some slides which are around the climatorium, just 3 brief slides just outlining. So I'm not sure if those are up yet.
Just getting them up now, Ian, and I'll let you know when they're... Oh yes, we're away now. Here we go.
Okay, so this first slide is this is actually a rendering, but the building is actually completed. This is the Denmark Climatorium. They spell it with a K, which is taken shape over a number of years, but many years before they started building, I think 3 or 4 years, the actual concept of the climatorium took shape, and it's part in Denmark. It's part of the EU funded climate action plan. And in Denmark, they've got 22 different projects around climate and climate change and managing and mitigating climate change. And this is one of the 22 projects. So if we just move on to the next slide, and we just give a brief outline of what it is. So it utilizes what's referred to as a quadruple helix approach, and that's taking industry, academia, local authorities, and community together to approach climate change problems and issues, and try and find resolution for them. In our vision, we see that it works in partnership with Tangata Whenua as part of the community, and also where Whakatu is involved, and some of the other iwi entities also in industry. It identifies and solves problems related to a changing climate and promotes an adaptive resilience approach to climate challenges. One of the key areas of work and how this manifests itself is through identifying projects and assembling teams, funding streams, and sponsors in order to find solutions to climate challenges. And just a couple of examples which we've identified just through our own activities is as the climate warms up, what varieties, I mean, obviously orcharding is a big industry in New Zealand, and particularly in Tasman district. What varieties of crops might we be growing, or in the very short term, we might be looking what varieties of apples, but beyond that, we might be looking at what other crops might lend itself to this area when the climate heats up. Another area is aquaculture, and with warming seas, what varieties, what different management techniques, etc., might we employ to keep aquaculture relevant going forwards. Another area is around feeding into the planning process with expert panels around sustainability to give guidance to both applicants and developers, as well as council officers and processing staff to get guidance and around sustainability and climate adaptation around development. Another area is fostering international partnerships and promoting knowledge sharing. Some issues which might be experienced in one part of the world can maybe give some clues to some solutions that might be employed in other parts of the world. A key area is around education, and that's from school children up to older members of the community, and it's organizing events, lectures and seminars to share knowledge and to engage with the community around the causes and effects of climate change. And importantly, taking the solutions which we've identified through various projects and is to provide support for scaling and the commercialization of those solutions and disseminating information across industry so that people can be prepared for changes in the future. So if we look at the process as we envisage it, is that in stage one, which is relatively short term, establishing the key partners from across that quadruple helix, forming a steering group. We feel that it's very important that there is a member of staff with a reasonable level of seniority and capability. I'm not sure that we would get the required momentum if we're asking people who have got full-time day jobs to be carrying out all the activities required to get the climatorium concept and business case cemented in and to give effect to it. Identifying an initial tranche of projects, I've talked about a couple of those things, looking at funding streams and project teams who might be involved in that. And a key part to this is really borrowing from from our friends in Denmark, because they've been through this process. And although there's a different funding environment, there's different issues between Denmark and New Zealand, of course. They've also been through this process over the last 4 or 5 years, and can obviously feed in quite a lot to the process and find out what's worked well and what's been more problematic. As we move into stage 2, we envisage that the sustainable design panel, the experts feeding into the planning process, and this might work a little bit like the urban design panel currently does. It's really informing, using experts to inform all parties within a processing environment to make better decisions around sustainability and dealing with climate change issues. We look to put in place some climate education programs with local schools and with the community. In Denmark, they held a climate symposium for older school children. That was very successful. That was part of their opening program, which was a bit disrupted due to COVID, but this was one event which they managed to execute very successfully. And then also, of course, we've identified the projects, we've put together some funding and project teams. We've got to progress those project work streams and get some solutions and results coming out of it. Now, once that business plan, as part of the business plan, we anticipate 3, 4, 5 years down the line from actually the climatorium as a virtual network or work stream being up and running, is that we may consider as part of that is the designing and building of a climatorium building. And this is to give focus and to the activities, as well as creating spaces for projects to come together and to create the scope for the various commercialization activities which we hope to spin off from some of the project solutions. So that's really a bit of an outline of how we see the climatorium taking shape over the next 5 years. We obviously went into a bit more detail when we talked about it at the previous workshop. So I'm quite happy to take any questions which anyone's got at the end of this section.
Thank you, Ian. I will open for questions now for Ian and then for Chris. Chris, is there anything else you want to say before we do that?
Just briefly, thank you, through you, Madam Mayor. I think it's really important to understand this isn't about creating a whole bunch of new stuff. It's around coordination and bringing together a lot of disparate work streams and organisations. So, Ian talked about orcharding. There are some very small orchards out there that just don't have the capacity to do the research necessary that's required at a regional scale. So bringing together people and coordinating them and identifying what those priorities are. So it's really important to leverage off existing programs such as EnviroSchools for the education component. Thank you.
I've got questions, Councillor McGurk, Councillor Sanson, Councillor Laurie, and the Deputy Mayor, Councillor Fulton to start.
Yeah, yes, thank you, Madam Mayor, through you. The question I have is on paragraph 5.1, 5.2 of the report. And a lot of these discussions happened prior to the COVID events and so forth. I'm just wondering, has there been a refresh or a restock or a reassessment of those agreements that were reached at that time in light of sort of subsequent events? I'm not sure if that goes to you or to Ian.
Through the chair, Ian, you might want to comment just in terms of the ongoing relationship with the Danish climatorium.
From our point of view, look, the work and that we've been doing with Denmark to frame this up has continued through the COVID period through their lockdown, which is, you know, a lot more stringent and long lasting than the one we've endured, or the one we endured last year. So we see that this is as relevant as a work stream, if not more relevant, going forward. Post obviously there's been disruption around their opening, and there was due to be, I mean, just before lockdown, they were almost on the plane when a delegation were due to visit, you probably remember, from Denmark, and that was cancelled very last minute. And then there was to be a visit to support them at their opening, and to start framing up and concreting in some of the more practical elements of working together going forward. Now that's been completed. That work has been completed over Zoom in the intervening period. Yes, it's taken a lot more time, as these things do, as opposed to meeting people face to face. But no, we don't. We see that potentially in terms of getting the first two stages of the work program outlined on that slide. I don't see any reason why the impact of COVID should impact negatively on the timescales for the delivery of that, and going forward, we haven't really held back from the work that we're doing in this.
Thanks, Ian. Councillor Sensen.
Thank you through the chair. Kia ora, Chris, and kia ora, Ian. So looking at page 46 of the report, under option 3, I just wanted to ask a couple of questions about that. It says that this option means providing support to Wakatū Incorporation for the development of a business case. Does that mean financial support?
So through the chair, and Ian may take a different view, but the sense that I get is what is required is strong political leadership at this stage. So it's around getting the community behind this idea, getting those key people in business and in the community to understand what the Climatorium is trying to do and the benefits that will come out from that. So in the first instance, I think it's just a really strong political support from the council as they work through the programme, and Ian alluded to it in one of his slides. As different work streams come out, they will look at different funding mechanisms for funding those work streams as they get further down the line.
Thank you.
So at this point, provide support to Wakatū Incorporation doesn't, it's not meaning financial support, so it's not a cost.
That's you're not being asked to commit financial.
I'll just go to Ian.
Thanks.
Yeah,
Ian?
can I, so just to clarify on that, or certainly the way that I see it, we are the first stage there, which is establishing the key partners and forming the steering group. That's a cost neutral piece of work I see, or very minor. It's really more around existing staff time from the different partners. So that's a commitment. It's not to be dealt with lightly, but we're not looking. I don't think anyone would be looking for any funding at that stage. That steering group will then formulate a next steps work plan around the next couple of stages, which is getting someone in position. Now, as part of that work plan, there will be the requirement for some funding. I guess the position that we're at is that Wakatū is very keen to progress with this, and we'd be really we're really keen that Nelson City Council comes on board. But if and coming on board, there will be a discussion around the table around how the next steps are funded. So if Nelson City Council are happy to come and sit round the table in the first instance, there will be a discussion about funding streams that can be accessed in order to progress the next stage work. We are hopeful and feel very positive about attracting external funding to fund certainly some of the next stages, and especially the projects. We see them as self-funding. In terms of the recruitment of a general manager, we see that that will be partly funded from external sources and partly funded by the partners. But it's a relatively small commitment, and that commitment will only be reached once the key partners have worked out the most cost-effective way to deliver the whole of stage one.
Thanks very much, Ian. That's really helpful. My next question is, under option 2 or under option 3, there's no reference to a funding bid being made to the European Union. And I just wanted to check because that was mentioned as an advantage under option 2. And I just wondered if that was omitted by accident, or if under option 3 we would not be approaching the European Union. I just couldn't really understand why that would not be an option.
So council will not be approaching the European Union for funding. This is WACA2 who has the relationship with the partners over in Denmark. If we get to the stage, as I understand it, where a built climatorium is an option, then they will explore, as Ian identified, will explore all possible funding options at that stage. And the partners in Denmark are still keen to contribute to that process. So, there is an opportunity. However, with, the impacts of COVID, we're not sure how that will impact on European funding, but the principle still stands strong.
My sense for that is the first step, and the way they've written it was that the first bit is to do as proposed, which is provide the support, and if we can get partners around the table who can who want to proceed with it, that's the stage when we start to advance any other international discussions.
Thanks. And then just really briefly, my last question was really just around the last or the bullet point under the advantages for option 3. It says that, an advantage is that this could lead to wide-scale buy-in. And I'm just wondering if you could elaborate, is that buy-in, anticipated buy-in from other organisations or from government, or what do you mean by large-scale buy-in?
I think through the mayor, that's really what I referred to before in terms of council with strong political support has the ability to get the right people round the table. In terms of the steering group. So I think there's it's a sense of where council leads alongside WACA2, then and articulates a very clear vision for what you're trying to achieve. Then the community and other business leaders will then start to fall in and understand the concept and get in behind it. So that was a sense of buy-in then.
So anticipating it could be financial support.
Through the mayor, it could be financial support from third parties. Yep, that's right.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Chris and Ian, both for the questions.
Thanks, Councillor Sensen. Now, what I'm going to do, because I'm conscious that we have got another report that we've going to have questions for Ian around. So what I'm going to do is if we can have the questions that you've got for Ian now for this report, and then we're going to go to the next report and get the questions you might have from Ian, and then we're going to come back and do these. Otherwise, we're going to lose Ian. And Ian's going to give us really tight, short answers. Okay, but sorry, because I've got quite a list, Ian. So if your questions aren't for Ian, you'll let me know. So Councillor Laurie.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Question, Ian, for you. If Nelson City Council doesn't get on board, will WACA2 push ahead with the project regardless?
Yes. However, the whole approach which we're adopting looks at local authority involvement, and I guess that if Nelson City says, well, we're out, we will need to find another mechanism to bring that element to the table. And I guess that if that means one of the other councils might be involved, or some other mechanism to engage with that local authority element, or certainly I guess the service providers for the Three Waters is really where the local authority comes in. So we would look at a mechanism and how we could bring that knowledge and expertise to the table.
And from memory, we've talked through the chair, we've talked about this in workshops. I'm not sure if we've talked about it publicly, but who do you see as owning the climatorium if it is built?
The building?
Yeah.
Well, that would come out of the business case, which would be put forward by the in stage 3 of the work. At the moment, we've earmarked an area of ground, which we'll probably talk about in the next item. And as I say, as we work through, we'll come to some understanding and some clarity on how that's delivered, the mechanism under which that's delivered.
Thank you.
I've got one more question, if that's okay. So just to clarify that your answer to that last question through the chair, that it's still to be determined. Is that how you describe it in terms of the ownership?
Well, I think, look, if the business case is that that it's best suited for the climatorium to be in some the collab, for example, for a period of time, because that's what the business case supports, then that's great. If and when the business case supports a new, of course, we would be delighted for it to form part of the Maitahi precinct, and we've earmarked some land there. But of course, it needs to wash its face and support itself.
Okay, thank you very much for that clarification. And on that very point of washing one's face through the chair, in the risks and disadvantages in the report for option 3, which as I read it, option 3 is what the recommendation is before us. Is that right? Chris is nodding. Okay. So with that, with one of the disadvantages potentially to the recommendation as it is before us, it says council may be expected to contribute operational funding to the climatorium once built. Ian, do you see a possible future where the climatorium is built, it's built in the river precinct, and council does not provide some sort of operational funding?
Do I see a future where
council does not, where it gets built through the chair,
yeah,
and council does not provide some operational funding?
Well, I think firstly there needs to be the business case prepared, and I think the second thing around that is that I would anticipate that all the partners involved in the climatorium will take a view on how they support that business case, and at that stage, I think that's when the question of whether Nelson City Council sees value in supporting operational funding, but there's a number of levels of decision making to be reached before that's addressed. One thing I would say about that is that if Nelson City Council at some future point says, we don't want to contribute to this, we don't see any value in it, and therefore we would like to withdraw from the climatorium, then that is certainly a situation where we would see any operational funding coming from Nelson City Council. But under that circumstances, presumably the Nelson City Council would be seeing any benefit out of the climatorium, or being part of the climatorium.
Thank you.
I'm going to go to the Deputy Mayor. Ian, you've got a board presentation to do at 10:30. How long are you going to be at the board table, and is there any chance of you coming back again?
Well, it's pretty much me for the rest of the day. I've only got the first session that I've been excused from for this.
All right, so we're going to be quick on this one. I'm going to go to the Deputy Mayor, then I'm going to go to the library report to start that, because in case you've got, and we'll come back and try and capture this if we can. At least we're going to have, we can do another 5 minutes, and then I want to make sure we've got some questions. I know you've got several more of you on my list. Can we be really succinct? All right, succinct. Okay, everyone, right, go. Go, Judy.
Yes, so in your slide labelled climatorium process, the business case wasn't actually listed there. So I just need clarification, because there's not a lot about the business case in our report. And so in our report 5.2, it talks about, funding, governance, operational structures, etc. So am I understanding it that first you'll do a feasibility on a virtual climatorium, and then the business case will look at the feasibility of operating and building a physical climatorium? Is that sort of the stages?
Absolutely. I mean, the key thing here, I think we shouldn't get hung up on
That's
building.
fine. Absolutely was all she needed. Okay, Councillor Fulton. Sorry, Ian.
Thank you, Ian and Chris. It might be a question for Chris to consider later on as well. In terms of the actual development of the climatorium and the opportunity for Nelson to become a centre for climate change adaptation research and innovation, I understand that in Lemvik their focus is on climate change adaptation, but our principle of collaboration was on climate mitigation as well as adaptation. I just want to be clear that I thought that this was around becoming a centre of excellence for climate change mitigation as well as adaptation. So mitigation is things like regenerative agriculture.
Well, let Ian answer. So Ian, is it, I thought it was too. We've got mitigation, adaptation, resilience and innovation. Is it the whole suite?
It's about resolving climate problems for people and really looking at the real problems that the industries and communities are facing or they see coming down the track, and seeing what solutions, and those solutions might be a wide range of measures.
All right, then I think we need to make a change to the resolution. That's at our end, Ian, because it's been too exclusive.
It's around offsetting greenhouse gas emissions as well as adapting for a future.
Okay,
Thank you.
Councillor Noonan said 2 questions for Chris, so we'll go to Councillor Skinner. Okay.
Thank you, and I'll try to be brief here. The Climatorium is intended to support Denmark's role as an exporter of climate solutions and help establish Lemvik. And Wakatu, and I enjoy the collaboration and support your endeavours as a corporation, and you're established in viticulture, horticulture and aquaculture, which are great industries in Nelson and we need to support. When I think of the EU or Denmark, etc., their practices generally aren't sustainable, what I've seen, and we export a lot of product. Is this really going to be potentially a one-way knowledge transfer to Europe in regards to staying ahead of the changing climates and seasons and intellectual knowledge? I mean, we over just a short number of generations, we lead, I'd say, in horticulture and agriculture. And here's an example where they want to further their knowledge base, but want to base part of it here. My concern is it becomes more than just a global well-being, but more of a intellectual knowledge being transferred one direction. Do you have any concerns or put my mind at ease there?
Well, I think that it's fairly widely acknowledged that Denmark is really at the forefront of green technology and climate science in many ways. And I mean, I would see that the sharing of knowledge in that area, in that sphere, which is what the climatorium is about, will benefit both parties. I think what you're alluding to is that there's we're going to do a whole bunch of work and then send it off to Denmark. I would say that if it benefits people in general, I'm not quite following what the issue is with that.
I think what we'll do is Chris is, I think, going to come back to that one because he's nodding at me that he's turned his mind to that. And then the last question for Ian on the climatorium is Councillor Rainey, and then we're going to swap across to the library. So,
thank you, Madam Chair. Ian, thanks very much. As part of your development of bringing together a forum to essentially create a virtual climatorium, would you be open to the possibility of engaging with the obvious partners, which would be yourselves, NCC, maybe NMIT and the Cawthron Institute, to look at the possibility of using their possible developments, if there are any, of their facilities to indeed create a true virtual climatorium and use those facilities as opposed to building a building. In essence, why don't we make Nelson the climatorium, save a lot of money, and use the plans and possible future developments of those 4 institutions to satisfy the needs that you're talking about?
Well, look, I think we're open to anything at this stage. As I say, the business case will go forward. The key thing I would say at this stage is to establish the virtual climatorium, the meeting of minds, if you like, and ensuring that we've got some resource in there to deliver some concrete benefits. And further down the track, then the housing and the building required for that, it may be existing buildings, maybe new buildings, is that's quite far down the track, I'd say.
thank you, Ian. All right, thank you, Ian. Stay on Zoom, and we are going to flip across now to the library report. So, Chris, I think you were there for that one as well, and I particularly just want to give Ian, so I think we'll just take the report as read. Chris, is that all right for the moment? And is there anything that you particularly want to highlight other than we know there's another table? So this one's the table to refer to that replaces the attachment. And I'm really conscious that elected members may have questions of Ian, and I want to capture, see if we can get most of those in. I know that Ian and Chris are well versed in this matter, so I'm sure that Chris will be able to cover off pretty much everything. It's been a very open discussion and collaboration with Wakatu to this point. So, Chris, anything just to set the scene?
So through you, Madam Mayor, there is one correction to the report, and that's in paragraph 7.4, where the last part of that sentence says option 3. It should read option 4 in terms of the recommended.
Okay, thank you.
That aligns with the recommendation. I really just wanted to say, just an opening, that there's been extensive community consultation carried out by Athfield, and their report is attached here. What we've heard from council consistently is the need to work alongside Wakatu. And so that's why Ian is here today and will be speaking to this item. We've been asked if there are any fatal flaws with the Riverside precinct, and we don't believe there are. And we've also been asked to deliver an iconic, modern, highly sustainable, low-carbon library. So that's what we've set out to achieve. I will talk about the costs when it comes later on, but maybe best if I hand over to Ian.
All right, so councillors, are there any questions that you want to ask Ian? You've read the report, so anything you particularly want to ask Ian? Well, we've got him here. Councillor McGurk.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks to you, Ian. Thanks for that. Just a question. Normally, Wakatu Corporation don't do land swaps; they acquire land. He's gone.
Yeah, no, I'm here. I'm listening.
Sorry, you've got a presentation as well for this report.
Yeah, just very quickly, and I mean the councillors have seen this. Maybe just set the scene very quickly. Just run through the slides.
Okay, Kelsey's going to get those up.
I answer the question.
But I can answer the question. Yeah, look, okay, first slide. So we can see that's the Maitahi precinct. We've got the library in the orange down in the corner. We've got the area earmarked for the climatorium in the lighter yellow there. Up to the north in the blue, that's our area for our office and some other office space, which we'll be seeking a tenant for. And then in the sort of medium to longer term, in the pink, we've got a more retail stroke commercial area. And then obviously when you look in the middle there, there's tying in with the Riverside precinct. There's with the Riverside walkway, sorry, there's some open area and areas that communities and families can utilize. If we go to the next slide, this is a flyover Balkan location, which shows you how everything fits in on the oblique angle. And then if we go to the next slide again, that gives you a bit more. Everything looks very blocky. As I say, I think I explained at the workshop, this is not really what's going to be built. There'll be a lot more design goes into it, obviously. But this gives you an idea what the layout might look like and the sort of the areas which could be allocated for different uses. And then just the final slide there. Yeah, so just around the adapted resilience and sustainability, just to paraphrase what we discussed at length in the workshop, sea level rise and flooding designed to withstand 1% AP events in a 2030 modelling, and the ability to reconfigure ground floor to manage a 2 metre sea level rise. In terms of seismic, with the highest rating used for bridge design in New Zealand, the 2,500 year event, we are looking at no structural damage, occupiable after refit with engineered timber and structural members, giving structural integrity and yield in seismic events, self-righting in small events and replaceable in large events. And then quite important, and I think when your speaker was talking previously and about costs and pricing, I mean, these are all pretty, these measures are not being included in some of the any of the buildings which I think he's referring to. So it's not really apples with apples. And then in terms of carbon, with a timber framed building, we're looking at a negative embodied carbon budget at construction, and that's offsetting lifetime carbon emissions to aiming to create designs which create carbon neutral life cycle. And these are design principles which we intend to roll out across the whole precinct. So hopefully that gives everyone a
thank you, Ian. So Brian, your question again, just you've got
normally is that Whakatū doesn't normally entertain land swaps, so this is quite I'm just confirming that this is quite an unusual exception.
Well, it's reasonably unusual, but it's not unheard of for us to swap land. Certainly there have been discussions going back a number of years with swapping areas of land with Nelson City Council around the city. There was quite a significant series of land swaps in Motueka in the I guess it was the early 80s or mid 80s, around various parks and areas of land in Motueka to consolidate the Tasman District Council and Whakatū's land holdings. So it's not something we do every day, but when we feel that there's a strong benefit to our owners, to the community, to the other parties, the council, whatnot, we're certainly willing to entertain.
Councillor Neil Stevens and then Councillor Laurie.
Kia ora, Ian. As much as I love that precinct design, should Nelson City Council not proceed with redevelopment in that area, how would that shape and impact Whakatū's development of the precinct? How would that shape your design?
So if the council didn't proceed with the library element of the project.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, I think at the moment that's one layout. If you look at the site plan, which contemplates the library being in that site, and we've in principle discussed how we would achieve that. Well, we would look at a different design, obviously, if there was unlikely to be. If the library was going to go to another site, we would look at another use or another configuration of the land uses on that site.
Councillor Laurie.
Thanks, Madam Chair. So, Ian, I love the idea, and those images you just showed us really, they really gave me a buzz. But I think back to 2018 and the effects of ex-cyclone Fahey, and that corner, the intersection that's just out here, which would just be adjacent to where you're suggesting the library goes, it was underwater. And I imagine other people feel that way. What would you say to people who are looking at what is being proposed and they think about that intersection being underwater and they think about the impacts of climate change? What do you say when they go, okay, we're talking about maybe over $40 million of ratepayers' money going into that place that we remember as being underwater? What do you say to them? What's your, yeah?
So I think, well, I think in terms of the statistics and the fact, Toby or one of the other members of staff is probably better positioned to talk you through that element. I think that going forward, we're fully aware of the modelling and the risks associated with sea level rise and storm surges and other associated issues. They are the design which we've applied to our building at the other end of the precinct takes into account those issues. They also take into account that even if the modelling is too conservative at this stage, builds in a further sea level rise of up to a meter, up to 2 meters. So I think that by careful design and going forward, these issues can be designed into any development.
Okay, thank you. Another quick question through the chair for people who might not be as concerned about libraries. With this plan, what happens to Countdown and Burger King?
In terms of, well, I mean, they are unlikely to be on, well, which one, Burger King or Countdown? Because they're quite different.
I know people have concerns about both.
Well, Burger King, they lease that site. The lease does not persist forever, and we need to look at what the progression of the use of that land is going to be. And I guess, broadly speaking, the same is for Countdown. In due course, they're unlikely to be on that site forever. And as I say, I think I referred to, and certainly we discussed this in a bit of detail at the workshop. When they move on, then we've got the pink area. The design for that area is penciled out at the moment, and we've obviously got to contemplate that when people lease our land, they may not be there forever.
Thank you, Ian. Ian, we've got one very small question from Councillor Neil Stevens, then I've got one, and then we'll let you get to your board meeting.
Thanks, Ian. Can you just remind us what sort of Wakatu's timeline is for when you'd expect your redevelopment of the precinct to be complete?
complete. Well, we see it sequential. So, I mean, was it not for COVID and the uncertainty that it created into some of our operational businesses, operational export businesses, then we would be probably 2/3 of the way through the construction of our building. That's the one at the north in the blue. Obviously, there's a timeline that would need to be defined and worked through in terms of the library, if that's to go ahead. The climatorium we've discussed today, we would see that as being 5 years hence, that sort of time scale. In terms of the commercial precinct, that will be dictated to a certain extent by how Countdown and our situation there develops over the interim, and then the other elements of the office site to the north there will be market dictated. If someone came tomorrow and was keen to take some space there, then we'd probably be building as soon as we could get the building consent through.
Thanks,
So
Ian.
that gives a bit of an idea.
Okay, I think our connection is just about to disappear. It's starting to get wobbly again. But I just have one question for you, and then we'll very quickly. In terms of the values and principles of Wakatu Incorporation, what drives the organisation, how much of a focus is, or in terms of how seriously does the board take climate change?
So
is it a high priority?
Yes. So look, we have 5 intergenerational outcomes across Putea, which is profit, land integrity. I'll do it in English. Land integrity, innovation and leadership, family and people, and environmental, and they are all equally weighted across our outcomes. And obviously environmental, land integrity, and providing a suitable built environment for the community are all very key drivers to our policy outcomes. So we're hugely aware of the impact of climate change and other environmental challenges that we're up against. And through our Whenua Ora program, we've got 4 key work streams going forward around soil, water, waste minimization, and climate change and sea level rise. And when and these are all rolled out across all our businesses, and they're throwing up some real challenges for us. We're on a journey, trying to see how we can minimize our impact and maximize our sustainability. And the Whenua, the property department, is not immune from that. So when we look at developments, we're looking at developments which are sustainable, which are resilient, and which make a positive contribution to the community and lifestyle of people in Te Tauihu.
Thank you, Ian. Thank you very much for making yourself available this morning for the work you've put into the preparation of this report that's come to council today. And I hope we haven't made you late for the board meeting. Just please pass on our regards to the chair and the board members, and our appreciation for the contribution from Wakatu to date to get this report ready.
Thank you.
Matewa. Right, we're going to now go back to the climatorium report, and we'll try and address that one before we even have a morning tea break, and then we'll come back and do the library. So we've got options for climatorium, and I had some speakers. So we've got A recommendation on page 3. I just want to address that because I sense that we're going to want to see a change to that wording. So I just want to deal with that first with Councillor Fulton. Have you got some proposed wording there? I just think we need to make that broader.
Number 4 needs to read to become a centre for climate change mitigation, adaptation and resilience research and innovation. And that clearly reflects the wording in our areas of cooperation on page 55 of the agenda.
Okay, so just for EJ's, so if we go to page 55 of the agenda, that's where I picked it up from, clause 4.1. If we could just replicate that wording, are the officers happy with that? They are, so we'll get that into the recommendation. And I don't think there's any other changes that need to be made to that recommendation. So just you happy with those, EJ? Yep, climate, yep, it should say a centre for climate mitigation, adaptation, resilience and innovation. It's just a little error in that one.
Research.
Research.
It can be research and innovation, I think reads better.
Yeah. Okay, that's fine. So we'll get that up. All right, so I'm now going to just go back to my list unless someone...
I just have one more question.
Oh, right, okay.
Which I couldn't. So just speaking to that quickly, 4.7.1 of the report doesn't reflect 4.1 of the areas of cooperation clearly in terms of that climate mitigation, adaptation, resilience and innovation. And I appreciate that in Lemvig, their focus has been on adaptation because of the location and because of sea level rise being such an important issue to them. But I really believe or think that in Nelson, our approach is around food resiliency, decreasing our carbon emissions, and a whole lot of other aspects of climate change as well as adaptation. So if we can ensure that's incorporated in the future, that's great. I have one other question.
Can I just comment on that, Councillor Fulton, just in terms of the fit?
Yeah.
I think that's absolutely right because you heard Ian talk about the Whenua board and what its priorities are, and so it fits better with that wording. So I think that's correct.
And it fits with the direction from NRDA to approach MB and MPI. So that's around ecotourism. It's around what the work MPI is doing in terms of food, changes to the way we grow our food, that food research as well. I have a question around the role of community and business, and I'm a little surprised that there's no mention in the report, particularly in section 4.5 when it talks about the quadruple helix model. And the virtual climatorium and the role of the community in participating in that. We have the Nelson Tasman Climate Forum, which is effectively the community part of that quadruple helix. And I'm a little surprised that's not been reflected in the report or linked up yet. I would have thought that Wakatū would have reached out to the Climate Forum and really picked up on the amazing work they're doing and reflected this through here. It could be that they're still in the early stages, so they're trying to get central government and local government on board. Likewise, Chamber of Commerce and our Sustainable Business Network and our Businesses for Climate Action are doing a big piece of work in terms of the business part of the quadruple helix. So that virtual climatorium needs to really ensure that those partnerships with the groups which already exist is picked up on and worked with. So we're
I'll just ask Chris to respond.
Yes, so through the chair, that's absolutely correct. We are really at the very early stages of this process. And Wakatū, have built the relationship with Denmark and are now seeking to go out and engage with those stakeholders locally and come to council first as one of the key, because council has got a key role potentially, and because it has made a commitment already publicly. So it's logical for them to come to council, but you're absolutely right. I would expect on the steering group there will be representation from all 4 of the quadruple helix members.
Thank you. Councillor Fulton, I'm happy to move the recommendation. Would you like to second it with that change?
Yeah,
right, thank you. Just so that we're working, so we've still got questions. I'm just trying to, so Councillor Noonan's first up on questions.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Look, my question relates to the resource, page 47, which is the risks and disadvantages that additional cost and officer time is required to resource. So my question is probably not to Chris, but it's probably to the Chief Executive. Do we have the resource and the expertise required for this? Is it already budgeted? If not, what level are we prepared to go to?
So I see it as a time commitment. And yes, next year we will have the resources to be able to engage on this. Yes.
And my follow-up question then would be would there be other streams of work affected by this?
No, I don't think so. No.
Okay. And one more question. Did you want to add to that? You look like you wanted to add to that.
Well, obviously, any time we spend on this will be time that won't be spent on something else. But I'm not seeing this as a significant commitment from us in its early stages. Wakatu and Corporation have indicated they want to play the lead role. We'd be supportive. We've engaged. We're attending meetings. But is this going to be used as a reason for not delivering some other critical piece of work that the council wants? No.
That's the question. No. Thank you. And the last thing, I guess, is it possible that some of the funding required for this resource can come from the climate budget? That may be something for some consideration, since it's climate related.
We're not envisaging putting any cash into this at the moment. This will be staff time that comes out of staffing budgets and wouldn't be coming out of that climate response budget.
I was thinking if it could be helping to pay for that resource if it's climate related, is where my thinking was going.
If we had to bring in expert advice, that might be a source, but at this stage, that's not what we're hearing from Wakatu. No.
Okay, thank you. Very good.
Look, that may lead there, but if it does, that'll be subject to further decisions by this council.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Laurie.
Thank you. Councillor Noonan has some similar thoughts to my own. Question for the Chief Executive. So I like the sound of what I'm hearing, but the experience of a number of us here is when we try to get something like a road safety measure put in place, quite often what we hear is we do not have the capacity. So now we're talking about a climatorium project, a quadruple helix project, and capacity is not a problem. Can you explain why it can be so hard to get little road safety things done, for example, because of capacity, and yet if we want to do a quadruple helix model climatorium, possibly with the Danes and Wakatu, capacity isn't an issue?
Well, for a start, the two completely separate teams in terms of the resources. And what I see at the moment is a commitment to support Wakatu as they start down a business case process to see whether a climatorium is a valid proposal or not. And look, we're engaging with the climate forum, and we want to ramp that up. We've got an extra resource starting soon in the climate change area, which gives us greater depth. So I'm not seeing this as a big piece of work. Some of our teams have very extensive work plans where the work has been prioritised, and it may be that sometimes what you're asking for, it may be a question of resources and also priorities. But look, I don't know what it was you asked for, so it's hard to draw a comparison. But I'm seeing this as a low-scale commitment at the moment as we support Wakatu as the leaders of this. We are not the lead organisation. That's something that Wakatu has made very clear. They want to play that lead role. We expect they will. We are supporting.
Thanks, Pat. Question through the chair for Chris. With the options that we've got in the report, option 1, 2 and 3, option 3 only lists as a risk and disadvantage. Council may be expected to contribute operational funding to the climatorium once built. Why isn't that a risk or a disadvantage for option 2? Sorry, option 2.
So through the mayor, I guess it's the level of commitment that option 3 is asking for is basically to say, yep, we as council are behind this concept and want it to proceed through the process that Ian has set out. The other options are really more lukewarm in terms of their response to the issue, and so expectation on council, if that was the signal that the council were to give to WOC2, would be less, I would imagine.
Okay, thank you.
Through the mayor, if I may just, there were a couple of questions before Ian.
Oh, yes, thanks.
I just wanted to quickly address.
All right.
So Councillor Skinner talked about the benefits flow from Denmark. I guess two reflections. One is climate change COVID has really brought a global response into sharp relief, and there's been comparisons made with the type of response that we do need to make for climate change as well. So, building those transnational partnerships to solve a common problem would seem consistent with that. I would also reflect the amount of money that Denmark has access to through the European Union is significant, and the research that they are able to commission and bring to and share, and have indicated would share with us, is significant also. So I think it is very much a two-way flow. And Councillor Rainey asked about a virtual climatorium across Nelson. That is one potential endpoint for this. If the business case for a built climatorium doesn't stack up, then I would expect there would still be an option, if there was the willingness of the partners involved to maintain the relationships, that the virtual climatorium would then be located with one of those partner organisations. It really depends also on the outcomes that are expected. In Denmark, they are seeing the built climatorium as contributing to their tourist experience as well. So they've got a place where people can go and learn about sustainability, but it really depends on how far the business case gets.
Thank you, Chris. Councillor Eager and then Councillor Courtney.
Thank you. Just in the risks and disadvantages, it talks about if not given clear terms of reference, the forum could become a talk shop. And then in 5.2, it talks about a partnership framework. Is that essentially the same thing?
That's correct. WOC2 describe it as a partnership framework, yes.
Okay. So, because I think the partnership framework is quite critical because, without that, the virtual climatorium won't work. And so is that something that will come back to council if we're to sign up to that? What's the process around that?
So WOC2's view is that the steering group should have a level of autonomy and be able to make some decisions, and potentially, they would be looking at employing somebody if that was where it got to. But if council does sign up, then obviously it has a voice at the table, and there would be an opportunity for council to look at what is proposed and make suggestions accordingly.
And what sort of level of reporting back through to council on the uptake of other partners is there anticipated to be for this project? Because I know it's not one that we're committing financial resources to at this stage, but we also know it is one that potentially, or will have bigger legs. So what's the anticipation on reporting back on the partners and the buy-in by other potential partners, government, community, etc.
So through the mayor, I haven't considered what mechanism that might be, but there will be two, I would imagine. I think WOC2 itself would be keen to come along on a fairly regular basis and update council with how they're going in order to maintain that relationship. And then there would be an opportunity through any of the reporting mechanisms, so it may come through the environment reports, quarterly reports, to actually give updates as council sees fit. But if you need more, I guess it depends on who the chief executive identifies as participating in that, and it may indeed be the mayor herself as part of those overarching governance arrangements.
Thank you.
Councillor Courtney, then Councillor Rainey.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through to Chris, thank you for your presentation this morning and the way you've answered the questions. Satisfied me on a lot of my concerns or answers I wanted. I was impressed the way you first started. The first words that came out of your mouth were, and please correct me if I'm wrong, this proposal is about building relationships rather than buildings. Can you expand on that? Because that was rather a nice statement to start with.
So thank you through the Mayor. The climatorium is a manifestation of, in Denmark, the climatorium is a manifestation of relationship. It shows that the four strands of the quadruple helix are prepared to sit down and have an open and honest conversation about what the priorities are at a regional level, and be very solutions focused in terms of, well, how can we work together to develop solutions to come up with those? So if that means businesses that normally are in competition with each other actually sitting down and contributing to a joint research fund, then that's what it takes in order to deal with these issues. And so I see it very much as the commitment to relationship, to a willingness to make it work, because the big issue is such a big issue that it does need everyone to work together. The building is secondary. It potentially, and it depends on how the business case stacks up. It could host council officers, or it could just be an environmental education centre, or it could be a form of the CoLab. There's different models there. But again, it's the bringing together of people from different disciplines and different organisations to fight the common issues.
Thank you.
Very much. And Chris, you said it's a big issue. In fact, it's the greatest issue. Right. Well, now that triggered a thought in my mind, Madam Mayor, and please indulge me because it's come back only one point. In the Charter, I made mention of the fact that there was a couple of words that needed changing. Thank you very much, Chris. Under the commitment, asterisk, human-induced climate change represents one of the greatest threats. I said, and they haven't picked it up yet, but I'm sure they will, represents the greatest threat.
I agree.
You see what I mean? That was one word, and you gave it to me today, and I'm so grateful. Thanks for triggering that thought.
Thank you, Councillor Courtney. That was, yes, good to loop back from yesterday. Councillor Rainey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In regards to Chris's comments about my comments about the virtual climatorium, I would certainly hope that in what we've got up here, that the possibilities of really exploring the current plans of Wakatu and NCC in terms of developing space were taken into account, because Ian actually did say that there would be space in the building that they're currently considering building. We know that we're developing this building. There could well be space that can be put across to this kind of thing. And I'm perfectly sure that NMIT, well, we already know that they're happy to do a collab with the Chamber, so that possibilities of sharing space is already high on their agenda. And it may well be that Cawthron in the future have plans to develop their facilities. Surely, with all of those partners together, there would be a possibility of working out not just a virtual, but actually a physical climatorium in the city as opposed to one building. So I want to know, and I want to be reassured that that possibility still remains.
I think I've indicated yes.
Yeah, great. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, no other questions. So it's been moved and seconded. Very quickly, Councillor Fulton.
I'm just rereading the recommendation and the way it's worded at the moment. Number 3, it says development of a climatorium on Wakatu and corporation land. The current sketch is actually on NCC land, and there's a potential land swap. So how do we resolve that, Chris? Is that like at this point in time, it's council land?
So the sketches are very much indicative. They're not the final location of anything. If the land swap, and that's, there's still a decision to be made on whether that's preference. If that doesn't happen, Wakatu have still signalled that on the land that they own, they are willing to explore. So it could be on the Burger King site, for example.
So the recommendation says that into the future it would be land owned by Wakatu. It might not be land owned by Wakatu at this point in time.
At this stage, the development is proposed, from Wakatu's perspective, the development, if it goes ahead, will be on their land in the Riverside precinct. But the business case needs to actually come behind that.
Okay.
Thank you. Now, just in terms of that wording, councillor Fulton, I had changed the wording for that clause to what was in the agreement. You've passed a note back to us to say you didn't like that, you wanted it to be as on the screen, and the deputy mayor's just asking what is
No,
that
I just felt-
semantically, it doesn't look right to me. Can you explain why you want that extra "and" in there?
So it's about mitigation, adaptation and resilience research without the comment after it. Well, is it a research centre and then an innovate? So I just need to be clear. We want to explore the opportunity for Nelson to become a centre for climate change adaptation, mitigation, adaptation and resilience research and innovation. It doesn't need the last comma.
Yeah, correct.
Yeah. So that comma needs to go. So it's around those three things. We do research and innovation in those three areas.
So I'm sorry, because now I've got a comma. I hate doing this stuff. Comma, adaptation and resilience, research and innovation. So that is all one section. There's no comma after adaptation. You're talking about adaptation, resilience, research, and innovation. All right. Okay. I would have thought so.
That makes it.
I don't normally put extra ands in.
To me. Yeah.
It needs to be comma after resilient.
No, it doesn't.
No, it's going to be a collab. We're going to have to work.
We're doing
our way through it.
resilient research.
It's going to take
mitigation research, adaptation research. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
We've got it commas.
Yeah.
Thanks.
I mean, okay, we happy with that? Goodness gracious. Okay, and then I've just said Councillor Noonan, in terms of, so let's just do a little bit of collaborative resolution writing. Would you like a time on reporting
I
back?
think we have discussed
report
that
on progress?
sometimes, yes, we need to come back. We
All right,
need a
and-
resolution that actually brings it back to us.
Right,
for
and do you want
reporting.
something that says, and basically, and keeps, we'll update through Mayor's reports on progress if you like. I can do it that way. 5. Is that all right? 5 and requests. Councillors
Once we've
kept
got a
up to date.
mechanism, I'm happy.
Sorry, EJ, we're just doing this. EJ's still doing the magic and requests.
Is there any chance that we could take the recommendation in parts?
I think not. No, I think it won't work if it's not in parts. So I'd take it as one. Request that progress on the development of a climatorium is reported to council on a regular basis. Will that do, Councillor Noonan? Via the Mayor's
As long as
report?
it is, I think we need to make sure that all our resolutions have some sort of reporting back. So yes, thank you. Via the Mayor's report should work.
What do you want to do
Keep an eye on
here?
that.
I'm just trying to accommodate everyone's needs here, so.
I mean, the issue is that.
Not bothered about that?
He's not bothered?
Not bothered about that clause.
Not
Okay, good.
bothered.
Okay. Right, okay, that's fine. I'm just really conscious of trying to accommodate that things don't disappear and we don't know what's going on. What we're trying to do is make sure we keep the conversations going. Now, in relation to the resolution, Councillor Sensen, I'll take it as a whole because I think it sits as a whole. So that's what I'm intending on doing. And so now, are we ready to any other things that need tidying up on here, Councillor Sensen?
Is it possible to be for it to be noted that I've requested that the recommendation be taken in parts? I think per standing orders that's possible.
Can you tell us what the problem is, and then I might be able to help? What's bothering you?
I feel uncomfortable about part 3 of the recommendation.
I'll get Pat to speak to that, or Chris. I think that's just.
So if the council at the next report decides to put a library on that site, then it's important that we do design it in a way that ties in with Wakatu's aspirations for that site.
It doesn't lock in.
Yeah, I mean, but if we don't build on that site, then it won't matter. But if we do build on that site, either on the Burger King site or on our existing land, it would be kind of nice that whatever we do does not turn its back on what Wakatu is doing, so that we have something that looks like a coordinated area. That's what those words are about.
I see it as being a respectful, thoughtful neighbour and doing good urban planning. That's what that's about. Nothing more. But that's all that's saying, is we're going to be a respectful neighbour and try and work it into, good urban planning. And I make sure we do that. And I think Wakatu would want us to be doing that. So I'm comfortable with that going as the whole. I think it's important. All right, so we're going to move into debate. And we're in debate, but I'm going to go, question?
So I don't want to add an amendment, but I do think the fact that we're wordsmithing what it is we think a climatorium will be at this stage of the game highlights the vagueness with which there's a lot of vagueness around the concept of a climatorium. So I would like us to put more energy through our comms into explaining to people of Nelson what it is we're doing. And I don't think that requires an amendment to the recommendation, but if the rest of the table feels that way, I think it could be minuted.
I think I've got Kim here, and Kim is taking on board. Kim Grace, our communications manager, is taking on board what you're saying, so we'll make sure that that goes there. And all we're doing here is picking up what we've agreed to on page 55 at 4.1 in terms of the areas of cooperation. So it needs to be reflecting that document. I think that's the accurate thing to do. And Chris is nodding at me. Okay. So we're going to move into debate, and I am going to speak in support of this approach. I think Wakatu and the officers have thought very sensibly about how we progress the relationships and the discussions. I think the recommendation is framed to achieve the collaboration that we've seen being so successful as we've worked through Project Kōkiri and other matters over the last period. We know that organisations operating as silos don't deliver the best for communities. It's about regional leadership and collaboration. We've seen that through the Tita Iku intergenerational strategy, again through Project Kōkiri, and this is a continuation of that model of working for our community. You heard Ian say that local government is critical to that regional leadership and collaboration, and if this council wasn't willing to participate, then they would need to go and look for another local authority to be part of that model. This council has declared a climate emergency. It has made a commitment to climate leadership, and this is another step that evidences that it's a really pragmatic way to approach what is needed, and it is very much leaving open the opportunity for this to be virtual, for it to be a physical building. It's really focused on the strengths, regional strengths that we have, and it sits well in terms of the priorities that we've set for engagement with government. We've seen science, technology, climate change as key areas of regional strengths, and this is another opportunity to build on that principle, those values, those opportunities. I see it very much as a social, cultural, economic and environmental opportunity. So one focused on wellbeing, which is what we're all here to support and lead. So I hope you can support what is here today. I think we are at a good point to do this. It's lining up well with us as an organisation as we're starting to see the maturity through our plans in relation to climate change, a greater focus across all of the organisation. We're not quite there yet. So we discovered yesterday in the Environment Committee, it's a few bits still to plug in, but this is certainly going to be an approach that I believe delivers appropriate leadership at a regional level. You must speak to the motion, Councillor Fulton, then Councillor Courtney.
Yes, thank you. Through the Mayor, I think this is a really exciting piece of work, and it's been slowly ticking along in the background for quite some time now. It's great to get this report before us and to support Wakatu and their leadership over this project and their collaboration with Denmark, Lemvig in Denmark. I do agree with Councillor Laurie that our understanding of some of the terms we use around climate change can be confusing, and we really need to up our game in terms of communicating what we mean to the public and communicating what we mean within this organisation as well. So, for example, words around mitigation is always about how we reduce our greenhouse gas emissions. So it's the way we change our lives so that our carbon footprint is lower, whereas adaptation is looking into the future and thinking about our lives as we live with the implications of climate change, which is more extreme weather events and sea level rise. But when you combine the two and you think about the two hand in hand, is when you can really make a difference, and that's how you create resilient communities. So resiliency is around thinking how we shape communities into the future so they have a low carbon footprint and they've adapted for the effects of climate change. Now, we've done a lot of thinking in that regard. We haven't quite got the messaging out there. The Urban Greening Plan is a great example. We're thinking about how we plant more trees so we can sequester carbon, but we're also thinking how we can plant more trees so we can cool our city into the future, and that creates the resilient community. That's why all three words are important, because if you just do one and not the other, you haven't got a resilient community. If you do the other and not the first one, you haven't got a resilient community. So we need both, and they go hand in hand when we're thinking into the future.
Thank you, Councillor Fulton. Councillor Courtney.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This was about collaboration, and you used the word in your remarks. It's about bringing people together. And as Officer Chris Ward, but as Mr. Chris Ward mentioned in his opening remarks, relationships rather than buildings. Now, who can be opposed to that? Building relationships, whether it's here in New Zealand or around the world, nothing could be more important than that. And what I love about this is it's an idea, and it's in its infancy, very early stages. You know, we did signal, and earlier, Council signed a Principles of Collaboration Agreement, which identifies the desire to explore and establish this. And so everything starts with an idea. And I think this is a great idea. I think it's an exciting proposal. If it comes to pass, let's be optimistic about it. If it comes to pass, and it's a good fit for Nelson. And people do need to be educated about this. They say to me all the time, you know, what's all this about now? And I said, well, it's been identified, climate change has been identified as a risk, as a serious risk by people who would know these things, specialists in this field. They advise us that. We have to listen to that. And our response as responsible governance body, we have to plan and manage that risk. And that's what we're doing. And I think this climatorium will help educate the community, and it'll certainly cement in and help us a great deal here in Nelson. Give us a head start. We were a head start on establishing a climate emergency, and I think this is just another logical step, and I'm really excited about it.
Thank you, Councillor Courtney. Councillor Skinner.
Thank you. As you know, I supported our climate stance, and I've supported us walking the walk in as many areas as we can in environmental progress and making sure that we're listening to the community and what they want us to do and lead on in regards to climate and environment. And I think there's lots more we can do on that. I'm also a very good supporter of Wakatu Incorporated, and I appreciate and enjoy the collaboration and open discussion we have on them, especially with the city development, etc. And I see Denmark are a country quite somewhat similar to New Zealand, but quite different to New Zealand. They are very low lying, parts of it are 7 metres below sea level. None of their regions more than 50 k's from the coast, and they have their challenges. And I also see we get a little bit excited about Denmark and Limburg because they have scored well on their environmental performance index and their policies. They like New Zealand, also set up a Ministry of Environment early on, themselves in the 1970s. But as much as we can learn from each other, I don't think we need to accommodate or align with Denmark and the fact that their performance in regards to their ecological footprint, in regards to how much planet's resources is required to support every individual in that country, it's extremely poor. They rate 8.5, which is 5 or 6 times what the rest of the world does. That would mean you need several planets to support if every person in the world lived their lifestyle, and it's not sustainable. So in that sense, yes, they lead the way in a lot of their talk and policies, but I think that's could be more of a one-way information exchange, and for them to for us as a council to accommodate a climate temple here, I cannot support.
Point of order.
All
Language
support
and
in what to
misrepresentation.
incorporated.
Point of order.
Calling it a climate temple, as Councillor Skinner has become accustomed to, is disrespectful to everyone involved and misrepresents the content at hand.
Councillor Skinner, I agree with Councillor O'Neill-Stevens' point of order, and I'm going to ask, actually in terms of our language, that we don't use in this chamber what could be interpreted as demeaning language around critical issues. So we just need to be really mindful of that. It's, standard of language in here needs to be high. I saw it as some way of sort of denigrating the process. So I will rule to support the point of order and ask that you use the terminology that is in the report. To respond to a point of order, you get to continue with your debate.
I have no problem with temples. I say it as it is. I think this is a building which is encapsulating a
Point of order, Madam Mayor. Councillor Skinner just did it again.
I'll call it as a report for clarity and no confusion.
I'd like you to rule on my point of order, Madam Mayor.
I'm going to rule again on another point of order, Councillor Skinner, and I really don't want to have to do any more today.
I'll continue. I do not support the climatorium. I support in the endeavours of Whakatu. I support the endeavours of this council, but I do not support what we have in front of us. We have got some very difficult decisions to make a library, from regards to a library and that land, and I think this is just going to add cost and complexity to it. And as in the option we've got here, in the risks and disadvantages of option 3, which we have additional costs and officer times required to resource. Council may be expected to contribute operational funding to the climatorium once built. I endeavour that we continue to support and collaborate, but we don't need to align. And I think definitely on an international scale, we can always improve on that. We've got the likes of Cawthron Institute and other very good organisations that we do support and can support more in this area, as I've mentioned in the past. I do not think this is an area that we need to complicate our going forward. I don't think it makes Waka moving faster or helps the environment of the city or country.
I've had 3 speakers for, 1 against. Anyone else against? Otherwise, I'm going to put it. All right, all those in favour? Aye. Against?
Nay.
Okay, that's carried 12-1, correct in that? Yep. Yes, okay, thank you. It's carried. All right, thank you. We'll now take a break. Look, I'll give you a 15-minute break. You've been sitting down for a long time, and then we're going to go on to the library report. We're well behind, not necessarily behind time, because it's been good questioning, but I'm conscious that we do need to move through, so I will be probably doing the same thing on the library, 3 on the probably, depending on how long it takes. 15-minute break.
Fantastic.
Welcome back. Resume our meeting after our morning tea break. And we'll go back to the agenda, and I think we're now at page 58. We're going to properly introduce the Almaturna Library Redevelopment Report, and Chris Ward's here to present the report. He's supported by Toby and Damien, who are here to answer any questions or present any information in relation to the engineering side of things. And Pat, is there anything that you're wanting to add at this stage in relation to the report? Are you here for questions?
I'm here for questions.
Yeah, good. Okay. And Alec, are you here for questions too?
Yes, I'll be joining the team.
All right. Are there any other officers that you feel we need for this report, elected members?
Do we have our climate scientist, our climate change champion, Dr. Chris Cameron?
I don't think so for this one, because he doesn't have expertise in the engineering issues, and they're coming from Toby and Damien, so that's their field of expertise.
Does he have expertise in climate change, like sea level rise, modelling and adaptation?
So we're actually just, I think we just appointed someone to that climate change adaptation role to specialise in that. Our vision is that the two roles split, so that role that Chris is in will focus more on mitigation, providing advice to the council and the community on that. And this new person that we've recruited that hasn't started yet will focus on adaptation. But clearly the work that Damien and Toby have been doing has been very much focused on that. We've been putting a huge amount of effort into that over the last 5 or 6 months, without any doubt. And they're more than capable of talking on those topics.
Thank you.
So are they specialists in climate and sea level rise?
Tonkin and Taylor is one of the leading engineering firms that we have in New Zealand, and Damien can speak to that. He can speak on the expertise that he has available through their firm. I would note that Tonkin and Taylor also were part of the delegation that went to Denmark, so it's good to continue that relationship. Okay, so Chris, welcome. We've got the report, and I'll let you introduce it. I think you've already, any corrections or additions, have we done that bit?
So I did identify there was a correction to 7.4.
That's right, we did too. I've already got that. That's at 7.4, and then just the table. Thank you.
So thank you, Madam Mayor. I guess just summarising where we've got to. This is the latest in a series of reports which has looked at options for Civic House, options for Climatorium, and now options for the library redevelopment. The library redevelopment has been a council project for a number of years. There's been money in successive LTPs, although the scope of the project hasn't been well identified up until more recently. After the 2018 LTP, officers went out and engaged Appfield architects, who did an extensive consultation process, and the results of that are in their report that's attached to this report. And it really just sets out some of the community expectation, but it also gives some context for what a library actually is now. And certainly moved on quite a bit from the traditional view of a library as a place where there are lots of books and we stay quiet most of the time. Libraries are very much community hubs in their own right. Well-functioning libraries cater for all ages, all ethnicities, and the entire demographic. They should be a place where the community can come together and share knowledge and learn from each other as much as they learn from the resources that are in the library itself. So the role of library staff is very much one of a navigator or a facilitator of knowledge learning. And so to support that, the facilities need to recognise that role and enable the community to engage in the way that they want to engage with the library building. And it's been apparent for some years now that the current building is not fit for purpose as a modern library. It adequately houses books and resources, but it just doesn't have the space available to allow the community to engage in shared learning activities, nor does it allow the staff to deliver the programme of activities that they believe should be being delivered. As said earlier on, I just spoken. I just re-summarize this. We have had extensive community consultation. We've heard from council that they would like us to work with Wakatu around the wider precinct, and we've invested quite a significant amount of time in that. You've asked us, are there any fatal flaws? And some of the engineering and Damien and Toby can talk to some of the risk around flood and inundation hazard, but we don't believe there are any fatal flaws. We believe we understand the risks and we can manage those risks. And we've also heard that this is about delivering an iconic building. So this isn't just a square box with books in it. Again, this is around a key piece of infrastructure in terms of the urban design and the way that the city works. And we're seeking a solution. We've sought solutions, and there are two options which we believe meet the expectations of the council. There are 5 options in total. 3 of them are compromise, and look, you could have 100 compromise options. It really depends on what your priorities are, but we've tried to break them down into reasonably practicable compromise options. So that's a refurbishment of the existing building, which might give you 20, 30 years added to the site. A smaller footprint, lower spec building, which would compromise on the outcomes of being an iconic and highly sustainable and low carbon building. And then the consideration to somewhere else in the city, and that in itself brings a whole load of other risks in terms of identifying the appropriate site, finding out what the community expectation is, and certainly the direction the council has consistently given has been around the Riverside precinct. Just wanted to cover off a couple of points in a little bit more detail than the report. One of those is car parking. The diagram that's attached that Ian put up on his report shows that the existing car parking for the library, the current car parking for the library, is retained. There's a new car parking area just to the left of the orange building, which is for a drop-off zone and has some additional accessibility parking. So there are no plans to get rid of the existing car parking on Riverside. What will happen, as Ian indicated, he has got a long-term, Wakatu have a long-term view for the development of that site. And at each stage of that development, there will be an assessment of what the car parking requirements are. And there will be a conversation with council about what its expectations about car parking are at each of those stages also. We considered putting the car parking under the building. But this effectively ties that to being a car parking building for the lifetime of the library. It doesn't contribute to good urban design outcomes. Effectively, you've got a CPTED, crime prevention through environmental design problem, and in having a large parking space under a building. And also, Wakatu's view is long-term and tens, if not more years, is whether you would want to tie yourself into having car parks as part of this development. Their view is that the requirement for car parking may decrease in the future rather than stay the same. That's their view. So their preference is certainly to have an opportunity to reduce car parking as the whole site develops to appropriate levels. We also had considered housing on that site, and Wakatu have turned their minds to that, both in their current developments, where their office building is going, and across the wider precinct. Their view is that the issue with housing is an affordability one. And if you were to consider building houses in this area, they would not be affordable houses. So even if you started off with them being affordable, market forces would dictate these would be highly desirable waterfront properties, and the prices would be driven up as a result. So the benefit from investing additional resources into housing, those you can get better outcomes from investing the same resources into a different part of the city. Finally, just a word about insurance and the ability to get insurance. Look, I'm aware that there has been a report out on insurance and retreat. I would comment that the report is really about the existing as residential stock, and it's around the risk to the residential stock as it exists at the moment. So with the floor levels that those houses currently are built at. What we're proposing through this design process is that we are taking into account a 2130, 1 in 100 year event, or 1% probability event in any given year, and building to a higher specification than that. So the risk in terms of insurability is where your building is flooded and damaged and you need to call on your insurance. We're proposing to build a building which doesn't flood under those circumstances. And so and Whakatu similarly with their buildings that they have constructed are constructing, the indications from that they've received from their insurers are along those lines. So if they are built to be climate resilient, then they will be insurable. I think I'll probably stop there. I'm sure there's going to be lots of questions, but I'm happy to take the rest of the report as read and answer those questions.
Thanks, Chris. I appreciate that. And I've forgotten to recognise a very important person in the room who is essentially the client's representative, Serena Barron, who's our manager of libraries, who Serena represents about how many people, I'd say, and visiting the library won't account for usage of the library, about how many in a year? Over 300,000 actual people coming to the library. And then on top of that, we've of course got the digital connectivity that the library has as well. So I think it is our most, would it be our most visited building, venue? I don't know. I think it probably would be, wouldn't it? I think it is. I think it is. Yeah, it is. Righty ho. So Serena, welcome. So Serena's here as well if you've got any questions for Serena around libraries. I'm going to come to the Deputy Mayor in a moment, but I just want to do a little bit of just recognising what's in the report. One of the things that we had presented, I think it's attached to the report. Let me have a look. I think it is. Yes, we did. So we've got the attachment 1, which is the work that we had from Athfields and Irving Smith Architects, which is around the extensive engagement process that's gone on to get to this point. And Chris touched on that. And as I was pulling up material just to do long-term plan work, I just want to see whether this was, the document I had was a draft version, but I just want to see whether the vision for the library is included in this document and whether it's final. I'm just trying to find that. I think this, yes, so I think this is on page 104. In the context, so just make sure that this is the final version in terms of, because the version I've got, a digital version, was one that we had at a workshop, which was a draft. So it then it's moved through to final. Chris, is that right?
Yes, this is the final report.
Okay, so in the context of what we're doing, that's been finalised. So that's the Nelson Public Libraries. Interesting, is a vibrant and well-used library network which connects the people of Te Taiiku to knowledge, heritage and creativity by empowering lifelong learning, a place of respite and enjoyment. Our library system grows and adapts to the community it serves, and its 4 focus areas are around koteitanga, responding to our place in the world, maturanga, a place that encourages and enables growth, Me Haru, excuse my pronunciation if I haven't got that right, beyond the ordinary, and Manaakitanga, he tangata, about people. So that's sort of the context for this building. I would just note, as I've looked at this project and thought about, we've been asked through our long-term plan process to really consider the impacts of COVID-19 and what they are. And I'm just going to really just make a note here that I think the importance of the library has become even greater. As we've seen the library used already, Serena has hosted an employers events connecting with MSD to connect people to work. Actually, that importance of helping people with CVs and all of that's running through the library system. So it certainly plays a significant role, and probably a greater role than ever it's going to over the next period. They'll manage in the meantime in that smaller place, but actually that I think is going to be a role of libraries as we go into the future. Very much that learning, connection, training, innovation, opportunity, and connecting across the whole. We've used the words that in conversation that libraries are great equalisers, and I think that was a really good phrase, that they're places that are open to everyone and everyone can belong. So it's all about people. So barriers to some of our other venues are not there with a library. The doors are open after hours, all week. You can come into the library, everyone's welcome. There's no cost barriers to participating in library. And it's certainly a space where I see the library already playing an enormous role. And I know the librarians would like to do more. It's certainly in connecting across cultures, whether that is, as we've seen in that report, really being a place where mana whenua are part of the space and place, but also connecting our multicultural communities. And I know that the library plays a huge role in being a place of welcome and a place of manaakitanga. So just that context setting. Sometimes we get fixated, I think, on the physical building, but I just want to highlight the social and cultural connections and importance of the library. So, Deputy Mayor, first questions for Chris.
Thank you. So Mr. Cross spoke in the public forum, and I too had also done some per metre square cost comparisons myself. Motueka Library was also one, as well as the ones in here. I've looked at the Whangarei Hunter-Twassa building as well. And then if I look at the graph on page 72 and just compare the base build costs, the cost of having a five-star Green Star library low carbon construction basically adds about 50% to the cost. Can you talk me through having a 5-star Green Star low carbon construction building, and perhaps why others have not chosen to go down that path? Because there was a comment early on that the costs weren't comparable to those other buildings. So just wondering if you could expand on the whole cost structure.
Thank you, through the Mayor, and I will let Mr. Laverdis talk a little bit more detail about costs. But what I would say is the cost that we've put together in this report is very. It's difficult to compare with other buildings because no two buildings are the same and the conditions aren't the same either. What I would say is that the contingency that's included in these is significant, so 30% pretty much across the board in the figures, and also that there is extensive resource available for exterior hard landscaping and for the fit out itself. And what we've heard from other library developments is that the fit out is often missed in terms of the costing, and Serena, on behalf of those 300,000 people, has been very insistent that we actually fit out to the desired standard, and she's absolutely right, because the functionality of the building is how it's used inside. It's not the four walls. I'll maybe ask Alec to talk a little bit more about the specifics of the Green Star costings.
So through the chair, perhaps I'll just talk to the costs in general and just give you an indication of how we've arrived at these costs. So what we've done is we've had a lot of resources available in determining and coming to these costs. So we sat with Wakatu, and Wakatu have extensive experience in constructing buildings. So we drew heavily on what they know. Our project manager is ex-construction in terms and has been involved in constructing buildings. So we drew on that. And we also drew on the expertise from Tonkin and Taylor, not Damien, but certainly other expertise within Tonkin and Taylor with regards to the geotechnical aspects. One of the key aspects that we have, one of the key learnings that we applied to arriving at these costs was also the learnings from the Green Meadows Centre. In terms of understanding the need to have a full-time supervision, and you'll see that we have in all cases insisted on a full-time clerk of works, a full-time engineer's representative that will be able to watch every aspect of that construction. As can be seen on page 72 and 73, page 73, we went through a robust analysis and just didn't apply a blanket contingency to each of those items. We felt that we had considered absolutely everything from all the various learnings that I've just discussed, and something that this new building would need to have. So an archive facility, acoustics, lift, generator, transformer. I won't go through the list, but it's pretty comprehensive. We also applied risk-based contingencies to those. So where it came to geotechnical, for example, we know that that's critical to any building, and we have applied a contingency of 50% to that, for example. And as you can see on those 2 pages, that the contingencies vary depending on the risk. The less risk that we can see, obviously the less contingency. So we've arrived at that, and as Mr. Ward indicated, there's substantial, we've even gone so far as to look at providing some form of artwork. We don't know what that is, but we've made provision for that. We've made provision for voltaic cells on the roof of these facilities. We've made substantial estimates for soft landscaping as well as hard landscaping, appreciating that this will be iconic, and that the building, if we are going to build it in line with what Wakatu are looking at potentially for the climatorium and or their own buildings, it needs to reflect that. So those estimates have gone through the hoops many times, and as I said, the cost estimate have also been robustly tested through the likes of our project manager and Wakatu, myself, and Tonkin and Taylor. There is a cost for a 5-star green rating, and comparing the costs of the Green Meadows, for example, and other buildings that don't potentially have the Green Star is not comparing apples with apples, and it's very difficult to quantify and to compare. But having said that, the square meter rates, if you look at the square meter rates for the base build, there is certainly a premium for a 5-star green rating, and that's a consequence of having a 5-star green rating as opposed to a conventional build. But we believe that all the items that we've listed are comprehensive. And the methodology of delivering this project, if it were us, and even through a third party, there are enough checks and balances in there to make sure that whatever we end up is robust and it looks good. Dare I say iconic? That's what we've planned for. These are conservative estimates, and as you can see, the contingencies are in cases high, but they are reflective of the risk.
Thank you. Through the Mayor, just further on the costings, on page 73, under the new high-spec build on corner site, there is no deconstruction of existing library in the budget, which is 1.4 million. Why would we not have to deconstruct the old library if we built a new one somewhere else?
So through the mayor, this feeds into the possible land swap deal. So the library, that would be part of the negotiations with Wakatu in terms of what form of land they would like to receive in exchange for the library, for the site. So the library, effectively, once the library is built, that would become council's, and the old site would become Wakatu's with the existing building on it.
Okay, I've got a question that relates to that, but I'll just go to the next line and come back to that. For the high-spec build on corner site, it's the only line that has $500,000 for NCC consultancy team, and none of the others do.
That's right. So through the chair, this would be delivered under a different model. And what we would be doing is making sure that we assign somebody to that team to make sure that we are involved in ensuring that there's a good build. The ultimate responsibility under this scenario would be the third parties. But if you look at the previous ones, the consultancy fees reflect us actually managing that. So these are the consultancy fees under the high spec have been done in consultation with Wakatu, and our $500,000 is our eyes and ears on the ground.
So if I can come back to the resolution, which talks about entering negotiations for the land exchange, and the comments that Mr. Ward just made about, you know, the library might just be part of what they get. What happens and what's the timing around that if those negotiations actually fall through? And so what's the timing around that? I mean, are we anticipating to get a proposal prior to making any decisions for the LTP, so we would know if costs were maybe going to go up, down, change, you know, depending on the terms of the land swap deal?
No, I think through the mayor that that would come after the negotiations would be reported back to council after the LTP. And that, you know, if officers were of view that the negotiations weren't going anywhere, then they would come back to council, because there would need to be a you know, the direction of council if this resolution is adopted would need to change.
Right. Just, sorry, a couple more questions. A reduced specification building on the corner site hasn't been proposed as one of the options. Just wondering if you could talk me through that.
So through the mayor, and it's unfortunate that Ian isn't with us, but I think the conversations that we've had with Wakatu are that they see this whole precinct as a key development for the city. And so they have been willing, and I think there was a question about how reluctant Wakatu have been to exchange land in the past. They see the value in exchanging the land if they get good outcomes for the precinct, and so they are willing to negotiate in relation to having a highly sustainable building, which is in line with their vision for their own buildings across the site. The indications that I've been given is that if council were to go back and say, we like the site, but we just want to put a traditional square block library on it, that would not get the land swap over the deal, because it doesn't fit with the vision that Wakatu have for that area.
Thank you. And my final question, thank you for your indulgence, Madam Mayor. It was another one that Steve Cross asked in the public forum, was about corporate overheads.
So I don't think, Alec may wish to talk to that, but through the mayor, I think the corporate overhead component would only be within that 500,000 line, which is where you've got staff time in there. All the other costs are the costs which would be, whoever's delivering the project would face in terms of construction.
Through the chair, nothing more to add, yes, correct.
All right, now I really apologise if there were somebody before Councillor McGurk, because I've lost my list, but he's next on my list. So Councillor Sense, were you before him? No, that's okay. I think okay, so we'll go with Councillor, was it Councillor Courtney, were you first?
I'm not going to fight over my position.
No, that's okay, that's right. I think I knew I had somebody else and I just hadn't written it down. And I think it was you, wasn't it? It was Councillor Eager, then Councillor Courtney.
I didn't know.
Yes, and I think you're right.
Sure what it was.
And I lost it, probably didn't write. So Councillor, we've had Councillor Eager,
Right,
then we go to Councillor Courtney, Councillor McGurk, Councillor Rainey, Councillor Sense and Councillor Fulton. And then I'll come back again. Okay.
So I'm next.
You're next, you're on.
Fine.
Okay.
Madam Mayor, through you to Officer Ward, what is our timeline for the rest of the year if this proceeds from today? What can you?
So through you, Madam Mayor, depending on the decision, Council will have to enter negotiations with Wakatu. Wakatu have indicated that they want to resolve those discussions reasonably quickly because they would like to get on, and because they have a tenant who has a current lease on the site. So they need to have some clarity around that within the next few months. If those negotiations are successful, and obviously if the community has the opportunity to have its say through the long-term plan process, then I would expect that we would have a decision to proceed early in the next towards the end of this financial year, early in the next financial year. And then council would need to make a decision over the form of contract that if it was happy with the negotiations and where those got to with Wakatu, it would then have to consider what form of tendering process to go through. Now, I've spoken to the project manager in-house, and she believes that it is a complex project, and regardless of the tendering model, it's likely to take up to 12 months to get the team together with the necessary expertise for the design phase to proceed. And so we'll be looking at starting design in the 21-22 year. And I would expect consents and then construction would follow the normal council programme after that.
Thank you so much for that. Now, I have a second question, but it's directed at the Chief Executive, because you pressed a button, Officer Levertis, when you mentioned Broad Green Complex. Now, I'm not asking you a question, I'm asking the Chief Executive actually, but because there is a risk not identified in this report, and the risk is our ability to manage this project. Now, this is the feedback I'm getting, and so the community really do need an assurance from us that this $44 million project, if it is to proceed, that we have the ability to manage it. Now, I called for a review, an independent review, comprehensive review of our processes in regard to major projects a couple of years ago. And we haven't seen that, and I understand there are reasons for that. But why I sought some indication, Mr. Chief Executive, from Mr. Ward was that we had time, because we do have to examine our past to help protect our future. And that's what I'm concerned about. And you can say learnings and all the rest of it, but when the project manager within this building says it's a complex project, we need to be assured, the community needs to be assured that we have the ability to do it. Now, when is this review going to come about, so that the people of Nelson can clearly understand that we're on top of this, we know where our weaknesses are? You know, learnings is okay, but some people don't like that word. I mean, you've got to be, we want an independent eye over this. Can you tell me when we're going to have that, please?
So I'm expecting that work will probably get underway if negotiations with parties associated with Green Meadows go well, and that's in March, then I would see no reason why we couldn't start doing that sort of investigation late April into May, which would certainly be able to be fed back to the council long before we were in a position to, we would still be getting ready to negotiate with Whakatu. And the other thing that we also need to give some consideration to is a procurement model, whether a standard tender is the way to go or whether we don't go for early contractor engagement, so that we design something that looks stunning but is really easy to build. It's those sorts of steps down the path as well. So I'm absolutely agree with what Chris is saying, that it's there's a good year involved in working through those sorts of processes where we would be coming back to the council. I mean, we'd be coming back to the council with the results of the land negotiations. We'd be coming back to the council with how we would be procuring construction, and we'd be coming back to the council with that report on what went wrong at Green Meadows. And look, I have a fair idea what went wrong at Green Meadows. I certainly haven't been carrying on for the last 2 years hoping that whatever went wrong isn't going to happen again. That's not the case at all. And we have talked about that offline. But I think the councils and the public do need to see a public report that identifies the mistakes, and so we can talk about what we're doing to fix them.
One other, I'd discern from the time back then that the tender process was a very weak part of our operation. The tender process are we examining that? That'll be done in the review.
That's why I was talking about the procurement process. In terms of, look, this is not a standard project. This deserves its own one-off package that reflects the complexities of it. This is not our standard laying pipes in the ground type of work. So it deserves its own specific approach, definitely.
Thank you, Councillor Courtney. And I think they're very important questions. I'm very pleased to hear that timeline from the Chief Executive. I'm conscious that we've certainly made significant changes to our procurement policy since that time, and certainly significant changes to our project management as well. The organisation is structured quite differently under the Chief Executive's direction. But I still agree with you, Councillor Courtney, that the public will want to, and I will as Mayor and you do as councillors, want to have that review completed. Thank you. Councillor Rainey is next, then Councillor Sense.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In regards, sorry, no.
Sorry, Councillor McGurk, I'm really, gosh,
I'm more important than Councillor McGurk.
really
Let me go
sorry.
first.
Do we need another break?
McGurk's been retired.
I'm sorry. Oh, crikey, now the deputy is saying that I've missed Councillor Neil Stevens. Oh, right, okay. So order now, order. I'm trying to get myself in order. Councillor McGurk, Councillor Rainey, Councillor Sanson, Councillor Fulton, Councillor O'Neill Stevens, and then Councillor Skinner. Right.
Thank you to Councillor Rainey for yielding. Two questions are really two areas I wish to sort of have a question about. In terms of the contingency for the site, and I'm going back sort of in the depths of ancient history with the Maitai Walkway, where the site down there was, once you got digging, was a bit more complex, a bit more difficult. Is there sufficient contingency for the site preparation?
Through the chair, in our discussions with Whakatu, we believe that what we have provided is adequate, yes.
Yeah, so allow the comment. Now, the next one is probably a bit more. Now, the Green Star, the upfront costs. Can you give a comment or an indication of what are the ongoing operating costs for the building subsequent to construction? I know it's you've got the higher capital cost in terms of the building, but if we're looking at the operational costs of it subsequently, what are the likely savings or expenditure that we need to be considering?
So, I don't have through the mayor. I don't have the exact figures for that, but you're right, they are substantial. The conference that I was at this week, looking at low carbon buildings, was talking about, and this is a residential, was talking about the need for heating and ventilation being reduced to having powered heating and ventilation being reduced to just under 3 weeks a year with good design. And similarly with, so there will be cost savings.
Chris, sorry to interrupt. We didn't catch what you said. Reduced to 3 something.
3 weeks per year. So it's a significant, your heating is a significant contributor to your greenhouse gas emissions at an operational level. So looking at it from, not just from a financial point of view, but from an environmental performance point of view, it gives you significant savings over the lifetime of the building. Now there will be operational costs will again, if you've got a bigger building, there will be other operational costs which will increase. Your cleaning will increase and so on. But if you're looking at those major chunks in terms of heating, ventilation, and the other important part, I guess, is the environment for the people that are using the building. So it becomes a better environment to actually be in the library. That's one of the value that's added by taking this approach.
Thank you, Councillor Sensen.
I think it's Councillor Rainey.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, really sorry. I've just got to cross
Just
them
let me know when it's my
sorry. No, go, Councillor Rainey. Sorry. I'm honestly, it's not deliberate.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Are you quite
It's
sure?
just incompetent today.
Right. In regards to cost, page 72, page 73, the table is obviously has been worked out on the possibilities of the 4 options that are there. And of course, as you say, this is high-level rough estimate cost. So if we were to consider the option of building somewhere else in town, which we're talking about building a new library somewhere else in central Nelson, we don't know what the costs would be. They may be higher, or indeed they may be lower. Because what we do know is that there is a cost involved with building on the Riverside, in the Riverside precinct. And you've outlined this in this further document that was tabled to us this morning. Well, firstly, before I get onto this, there is to be a gabion wall to the Maitai of 1.3 million. Well, presumably, if you build somewhere else in the city, you may not need to do that kind of remedial work to secure the site. Secondly, on redeveloping the existing site with new high-spec building or build new high-spec building in the Riverside precinct, the 2 options that are set out, there's a line that says we need to accommodate 1 in 100-year events and have the ability that the floor levels may be raised in the future if required. What I want to know is 2 things. 1, what is the cost to the building of that, to have that ability for the floor levels to be raised in the future? And secondly, in terms of the actual construction now, and secondly, what is the actual cost of raising the floors in the future? And has that actually been factored into the cost of this building? Because I doubt whether it has. It's a bit like building, a facility where it needs to be resurfaced every 10 years. Is it actually factored into the cost of the facility? It's the same kind of thing, really.
So through the mayor, I just answer the second point first. Every building, every structure that you build will have different components that you need to replace. So we take money for renewals, and we renew our assets in order to keep them up to spec. So whether it's this building or any other building, there will need to be an ongoing renewals program, and that's why you take depreciation for your buildings. So there's always going to be a cost for some form of renewal or refurbishment in the future. The indication, so Wakatu have taken this approach with their offices that they're constructing, and it wouldn't be right for me to share their costs. However, in terms of the additional cost at the beginning, if it's much cheaper to design for the potential to do something than it is to retrofit and do something retrospectively. So the indications are that I've had is it's not a significant component of the design costs, and then the decision to raise floor levels, and we're talking maybe 70, 80 years away, would be taken as part of the asset management and the renewal phase that the building was in. So yes, there is a cost to that, but in terms of the ability to design it in rather than to retrofit, there's a significant saving there as well.
The other answer to a question, so the first, Councillor Rainey's first question.
So I guess I think the general thrust was around the cost of building somewhere else, and we can't give a figure for that because we don't know what the risk is associated with that site. So we don't know what level of car parking you would need to provide, if that would need to be part of the development. When I look at the gabion wall and the hard landscaping, this for the corner side, it's really a recognition that the outside is, as a civic area, is as important as the building itself. So, you know, if the council is looking to encourage more use of Riverside and the connection with the river and the link down into Rutherford Park and beyond to the Haven, we see putting these costs in as being important. And if you just built the library and ignored the outside and that landscaping, we would be coming back to you at some time in the future to say, hey, we'd like some more money to do all this landscaping outside that we hadn't thought. So we thought it better to give a holistic, integrated cost for the development, not just of the library, but also of the surrounding hard spaces and soft landscaping.
If I could just add something there, Madam Mayor. So Chris mentioned that we might have to raise the floor level in 70 to 80 years. That's if RCP 8.5H plus comes true. So that's assuming that basically we were pretty much unsuccessful as a global community in terms of reducing carbon emissions, and also doesn't make any allowance for what we do in terms of sea level adaptation and mitigation and response ourselves. And we had a public workshop last week where we talked about some of the options that could be used to manage that. So there are a lot of unknowns that need to transpire in the next 70 or 80 years before we would have to raise the floor level. But as Chris said, it's much cheaper to design for it now than in the future. Could I also just point out that some of these questions about the economies of a Green Star building, these sorts of things will be flushed out much more in the business case, where we will look at more upfront capital costs versus lower operating costs, and also the economies of perhaps having to raise a floor in 70 to 80 years. These are the sorts of things that will be done in a lot more detail and also brought back to the council for approval before we start on any project.
Okay, thanks, Pat. Councillor Sensen.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, through the chair. Chris, my first question is reading through the reports. I think in all of the reports that we've received so far in the library, I haven't yet been able to ascertain what the expected life of the asset is. I'm just wondering, do we have any indication of what the expected useful life of this?
So council uses an expected economic life of 75 years for structures, and that really feeds the depreciation that you take for the building. But we would expect that this would have viable life beyond then as well.
So I guess
significant. I mean, we're looking at putting in, a floor level rise, which would accommodate a scenario in 100 years' time. So it's not, while 75 years is the economic life of the building, we would expect it to still be around 100 plus years.
Okay, so maybe 100 plus years. I guess my given the size of the investment that we're looking at, and the reality that as we have to reduce our carbon budgets, projects like this are going to become harder for communities to afford. Why would we not be looking at trying to design a building that's going to have a 200-year life, for example, as we do have buildings in this city that are,
So I think there's a difference between what you design for in terms of, the economic. in order to get to 75 years, you need to renew as you go along. You need to look after that asset. And if you take the example of this building, that's roughly 50 years old, it needs significant expenditure to give it an extra life. And so with the library, you're looking at the 75 years as a standard life cycle for a structure. But that's not to say that it will just fall down after 75 years. If you manage it and maintain it, it will have a longer lifespan. And so you see, buildings that are around that are older have been looked after.
Councillor Stenson, these really good questions. I've puzzled about this in terms of the number. So I just want to go to the Chief Financial Officer to go, essentially, I'm taking it that as or maybe it's the activity managers. That's like everything we own has got a life on it. It's kind of an account. It's for the accounting purposes. Is that right? It's not a physically, that is, it's if it would fall down if you do, not fall down. I don't know how to describe it. So Nikki, are you able to help us with that? Because it is really confusing. Because when I read it, when I saw it, I went, oh no, well, no, that's not long enough. I'm not interested in that. But then I had to explain that's not what it means. So
I don't think it's not listed anywhere.
So through the chair, in terms of our accounting policies, every asset that we have has a useful life, and that's the period that it is depreciated over effectively. So, you've got pipes and stuff that are 90 to 110 years, and there are different assets that have different useful lives. Computers are 3 years, for example. So,
Thanks. So maybe, Nikki, what would this asset useful life be? Would it be 75 years? That's what it would be depreciated over?
So through the chair, it's componentised. So every for example, a building, not everything will last 75 years. Your air conditioning might be, 20 years, your roof, there's different components. So there will be an average life that it'll be, that will be less than 75 years because there are different components of a building.
All right, okay, thanks very much. So we're looking at 75 years as a minimum. So I guess we heard recently from Tonkin and Taylor with flood modelling, and then in the workshop last week looking at mitigating flooding and inundation, that the area proposed for this is a coastal floodplain. The New Zealand Coastal Policy Statement gives guidance on this, and I'm just wondering whether this asset at $50 million and a life of at least 75 years would be categorised as Category A, major new infrastructure, or Category D, non-habitable short-lived assets.
I might be able to assist with that, perhaps. Hang on a minute. That would be great. Hang on a minute. Hang on, just a bit of signaling. So I just want to come back before we do this. I think we're still at cross purposes. So the purpose of the 75 is, as I understand it, is the financial depreciation. It's around a depreciation amount. It's not around. So it's not around saying instead of there's no possibility that building will be not there. It's for the purposes of allocating depreciation into our finances. And so what Chris has given you is the is applying and I absolutely understand, but I just want to be clear, we're not talking about a building that only lasts 75 years.
That's fine. Okay. I think my question actually is really, would this be categorised as a Category A, major new infrastructure, or Category D, non-habitable short-lived asset?
It's you clear, is it? Hello?
I was waiting for the king.
Yeah, sorry, no, I can't see you because Councillor Courtney's such a tall, strong man sitting there in my view. Hello.
Okay, hello. So through the Mayor, the MFE guidance talks about 4 different categories. So there's Category A, B, C and D. Category A is coastal subdivision, greenfield developments and major new infrastructure. Category B is changes in land use and redevelopment, so intensification. And Category D is non-habitable short-lived assets. I've spoken with Maxine, and both Maxine and I consider that it's either A or B. D is not relevant. And both A and B can be addressed as part of the planning for the works. in terms of the library.
Thank you, Chris.
And if I could just follow on from that, the design that we are proposing would meet the requirements of whether it's category A or category B. We are looking at using the RCP 8.5H plus scenario to model potential impacts on the building and design accordingly.
Okay, thanks. So I guess there was, I think, Chris, you addressed the concern around insurance retreat. Thank you for that. I guess I'm seeking some assurance for elected members and the wider community that this building with a, let's say, minimum life of 75 years would not be subject to insurance retreat in that location.
So perhaps I can have the first answer to that. We're aiming for 100 years out of this building. So I think the phrase minimum 75 years is not correct. And similarly, it's a $44 million building, not a $50 million building. But we are designing this building so that it will be usable and insurable for that 100 years, at least 100 years. The intention is that that by having that ability to raise floor levels, it gives us the ability to respond to other circumstances as if they arise. But as I said, we're also, as a community, talking about how we respond to climate change to protect the $3.1 billion worth of assets that are in exactly the same area as that library, so that this isn't the only asset that we will be looking to mitigate the effects of climate change.
Thanks. So I guess if the building was subject to insurance retreat, how would council manage that? Would we self-insure?
I think our advice was that we didn't think it would be subject to insurance retreat.
I'll go to Chris. I mean, because I think Wakatua consider this from what I understand.
That's correct. So we're of the insurers take a risk-based approach by building to the levels that we're proposing to build to. The risk is minimised, and there's no reason why we shouldn't get insurance from that.
So we got some advice from an insurer that they think that this is prudent investment in this site. I mean, that would be actually really helpful.
Knowing the insurance industry through the mayor, I'm not sure they would commit themselves to specifics on any individual building. All we can say is that if we look at the way that the insurance industry assesses risk, we are mitigating the risks from insurance claim. So, we don't believe there's an issue there.
And then this might be a question for another staff person. I'm not sure, Chris, maybe you can answer, but I guess looking at the fact that this is a $44 or $46 million build proposed to be spent, I think, over the first 6 years of the long-term plan. Is this really, with the challenges we're facing with housing affordability, infrastructure renewals, is this a priority for our community at this time?
So the direction we've had from the council is to bring this proposal forward for consultation in the LTP. So isn't that the decision that the council has to make after hearing the views of the community? It's not really a question that staff can answer. We are simply bringing what it takes to build an iconic building on that site.
And Councillor Sensen, part of when we're building an LTP is we look at what our community has told us, and repeatedly, year after year after year, our community has cried out for an investment in a better modern library. That is, it's just the consistent theme over and over again. And so we have to respond to the views of our community.
So thank you, Madam Mayor, I appreciate that. And you may be able to answer this. This proposal is going to go out to the community as part of the long-term plan. Should we not be actually engaging with them before we make kind of a decision that feels to me like we're committing to this site? And I guess I'm personally concerned that we are making a decision today that could be very difficult to roll back before we actually hear from the community.
So I'll just take you to the attachment 1. And we went through a very extensive, that's the engagement process. We went through a very extensive, thorough engagement process to inform the proposal that's here. So that's absolutely right. So we've gone through that process. And then we come to the process that we go through from here is we put forward proposals in our consultation document to go out to the community. And then we come back after we hear, because you have to have a proposal and options, and we've prepared that. And then we come back and then we hear from our community again on the proposal. So we've done the engagement. Now we're preparing the consultation. Then we hear from the community. Then we deliberate and then we decide. And so that's the final clause in the recommendation today. So today is to prepare for the consultation document proposal so that there's some, there's something there for the community to comment on, including other options.
Okay, thanks. I've got no other questions at the moment. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Councillor Fulton's next up. We'll try and get the questions. And then
Okay, thank you. My questions have got a little disordered because they keep coming up as the conversation goes on. But I'm going to start with following on from some of Councillor Sampson's questions in terms of the baseline height of the actual building itself. It says on page 67 that the proposal is that the new building will be 4 metres plus, that the existing Burger King site is at 3.5 metres and the new building will be at 4 metres plus. In order to reassure some concerned sort of elected members and members of the community, why would you not say it's going to be at, say, 5 metres plus? In terms of ramping up for accessibility for all, could you just start at a 5 metre brief? Like, is there a reason? How did you land with the 4 metres?
So through the mayor, when you're planning for a building such as this, you consider the risk that's in front of you, and you don't want to over-engineer a building because there's costs associated with that. But you obviously want to create a safe building that is insurable and will last 100 years plus. So the 4 metre level really comes from the modelling that Damien has done to say, and in the year 2130, what does a 1% an event that has a 1% chance of happening in a given year? How do we mitigate that that type of event? And that's where the 4 metres comes from. It's directly from the modelling. So you could build higher. That does cause access areas to the building because you need to build ramps and so on to get people into the building. It also impacts on the surrounding neighbourhood because you're setting a height for future developments which might take place in the Riverside precinct.
Okay, thanks. That's a helpful answer. I guess I just hope that you are considering whether your starting height could be higher, even though you might be able to raise it at a later date. It might actually be cheaper to start it at a higher level to begin with. So I'm sure you're considering both options, and will that be teased out as you do your business case?
Correct,
and probably
yes.
looking at ALEC in terms of, that's something which you would consider, the cost of raising the floor in 80 years versus the cost of starting your floor at a height for in 80 years' time.
Through the chair, we'll be considering all options in the business case.
Okay, so my second question is around the data on page 69 and 68. It doesn't quite line up with the numbers in the actual figure 1 on page 67, or is it just that I'm not reading it quite right? Should those numbers, so on page 69, 2130, the bottom line says 4.05, but on the figure it says 4.01. Are those the same numbers, or are they giving us the same information and it's just a slight variance in your and perhaps where you've landed when you've written the table versus the figure? So I guess what I was trying to do is I was trying to find the 4.01 in the figures and I couldn't, in the tables, and I couldn't find that, but I found the 4.05 instead. Rachel, Toby's raised his.
Toby, welcome. If Toby's indicating he can explain that one, do you want to come forward, Toby? And Damien and Toby, if you just signal if you could, if you need to add to any of these answers. Thank you.
Thank you, kia ora koutou. So through the Mayor, the 4.05 is a coastal inundation level there in Table 1B. That's for a 1% AEP coastal inundation event, whereas figure 1
for a flood.
Yeah, is showing river flood levels. So that 4.01 is this is part of the sensitivity testing that was done around tidal level. That is essentially a king tide with 1.45 meters of sea level rise and a Q100 river flood. Yeah, so that generates a flood level, a river flood level of 4.01. That's at 2130.
Thank you.
So is that not in table 1.A, that's 8.5 rather than 8.5 plus? I guess I just thought it would be really helpful if we got those numbers which are in the figure into a table so we can understand them a little better, because there's a lot of information in that figure. Anyway, okay. So the 4.01 you would expect to see in table 1.A if you combined the sea level rise, the can you repeat that for me, the 1.18?
Yes, through the Mayor. So we wouldn't see that in table 1B or 1A. So table 1B relates to that RCP 8.5 H plus scenario.
Yeah.
And that is what the 4.01 in figure 1 relates to, but it's actually a king tide scenario which has been discounted. So we're not using king tide because the probability of it is too low. So this is just part of the sensitivity testing that was done, and from that sensitivity testing we have adopted a mean high water tide, which is a metre lower for the river flood modelling. So it's not a scenario that we would include in either of those tables, because it's based on a king tide event. So it's the probability of it again is too low. It's more like a 1 in 10,000 year event.
Okay. So you're confident that the data in figure 1 reflects scenarios in 2130 based on an RCP of 8.5 or 8.5 H plus?
Thank you, through the Mayor. Yes, for river flooding, I am absolutely, and actually beyond 2130. So in fact, if you look at that top level row, and again, that river flood level of 4.01, what it equates to is, in fact, if we use our adopted tidal condition for the river flood modelling, which is the mean high water, that actually represents 2.4 meters of sea level rise with a Q100 river flood event. So we're future-proofed for 2.4 meters of sea level rise with a 4.01 meter flood level there for the river flooding. So basically beyond 2130, here's the point, is that coastal inundation levels overtake the river flood levels. So coastal inundation levels are going to be higher beyond 2130 for an equivalent AEP event.
Yeah. And that would be when the consideration of constructing a tidal barrage would come into play. So you'd be thinking about that beyond that period of, I mean, we might be thinking about it sooner, but that's when it would become more important.
So I expect that, tidal barrage would come into play sooner. that we would look at that, partly just because of the level of the riverbank. So that's just one of the options, obviously, for the Maitai flood management. But say, for instance, as an example, if you added 0.5 metre of sea level rise onto an event like Cyclone Fehi, you would get overtopping of the riverbank on the precinct side of the river. Obviously, on the opposite side of the river, it'd be a lot sooner than that.
Okay. So I'm comfortable with the evidence that you've presented, and we have workshopped this quite a few times. I still get a little bit confused, but I am really comfortable that you've looked at all scenarios into the future and you're taking into account sea level rise. So those 1% AEP is changing over time because you're setting it into a future when you've had the sea level rise occur. So I'm really comfortable that you have done the maths and that it's evidence based, that there's no fatal flaw. I think it's important we don't say we don't believe there's a fatal flaw, that there's evidence based data to show that there is no fatal flaw. The science tells us that at this point in time. It could change in 10 years' time if we haven't got our ducks lined up in terms of reducing our global emissions. But at this point in time, this is what the evidence is indicating to us.
I don't think that's the case. So I think they've taken an even more conservative approach than that. So can we just make that clear about what it's repeating what, because I think I just saw councillors around that smiling and nodding and going, yep, it's only going to last for 10 years. No, that's not the answer, Kate. So
no,
Toby,
what I'm saying is that in 10 years'
I think
time, you can't calculate evidence that in 10 years' time, if we continue to emit massive amounts of global emissions, you'd have to do the maths again in 2030 to see what would be happening in 2130.
No. So Toby, I'll just run through because I...
Certainly, thank you. So through the Mayor, I guess one point to make here is that when we design a new building, we allow a freeboard in terms of that floor level. So our design flood level, we add 300 millimetres to that, which potentially adds could be an allowance for sea level rise or other factors. So certainly in terms of when that floor level may need to be raised in future, if we built the floor at, say, in the range 4 to 4.2 metres RL, it wouldn't be this century. It would be beyond 2100 and likely 2130, around there would be when we would start to be exposed to a 1% AEP coastal inundation risk, even with an H+ scenario, and be around in that 2120 to 2130 time period.
Okay. And that 8.5 H+ is assuming that the planet doesn't decrease its emissions, its emissions increase, in fact. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's taking the most conservative negative approach. And my goodness, if we as humanity don't do something to reduce emissions in the next 10 years, I mean, believe me, the issues are going to be.
Apologies if I caused any confusion. I was just trying to understand the evidence now, and we can only go on the evidence we have today. So that's very helpful. Thank you.
I'll go to Councillor.
I have a couple of other questions. In terms of the actual the library report, which is really great. It was very well written and lots of feedback from the community in that. When do we get an opportunity to give any feedback, particularly around the vision or incorporation of design into the actual library building itself? It might be not a conversation, I presume it's not a conversation for today, but when can we give that feedback?
So through the Mayor, I guess in terms of the library vision and that I would think may come through the activity management plan process, that there would be the opportunity to have a say through that. In terms of the design, so how can I be kind? We will employ, council will contract a design team who will seek feedback from stakeholders. And so just in terms of putting together what they are being, are are working, the scopes that they're working to. Council will have an opportunity to workshop that at some stage in the future. The design team will try and understand what council is trying to achieve and design accordingly.
Okay, thank you. It's just that there's a few words which are a bit ambiguous to me around what core library functions are into the future, what technology means, how we meet the needs of everyone in our community. So I just want to make sure that's covered off at a later date. I think that's all of my questions for now. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, I have one last question. Sorry. One last question. And as I waited so long, I recall that as at a governance level, we sat down and we identified the Maitai River precinct as a priority to this council table. So is that not correct? Is that like, I thought every elected member in this room supported the Maitai precinct development as being a priority?
Yes,
When we, on our
yes, it
first
is.
week.
Yeah, no, we're not. No, we're not going to turn on microphones around the table, elected members, when you don't agree with what somebody's saying and they're asking a question. So we're not going to.
So my question, for
even
the
though we're all
staff
trying to have lunch,
was that not the governance direction given to the staff at the start of this triennium?
Staff need to answer that one. I know what the answer is, but if you want it from staff, Nikki, I'll go to Ms.
I thought it was housing Maitai.
The Maitai River precinct is one of the 3 triennium priorities, yes.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Point of order.
Yes,
Point of order. That's not where, so respectfully, Councillor Fulton has said that a council priority was building a library and other things.
No, she did not say that.
No, that is what she was saying, actually.
No,
that is what she's saying. You're saying
no, Councillor, don't argue with me over this. So what are you saying? Your point of order is
point of order
that she
was
said
the area was a priority. What we specifically did with that area, however, remained to be seen.
No, so what you're saying is Councillor Fulton said that the library was a priority. Is that what you're saying?
Councillor Fulton suggested that development on the Maitai precinct was a priority, yes.
No, I think I'm going to rule against you because you are misrepresenting what Councillor. No, I'm absolutely clear. She was very clear. No, it's not for debate now. A point of order. What Councillor Fulton said to Ms McDonald Street and Ms McDonald answered is that yes, governance direction was that the Riverside precinct was a triennium priority for this council. And I'm not going to get, no, you don't go back on the microphone because I'm ruling in your point of order. That is what I heard. I'm not seeing that any disagreement to my left, and these guys listen really well. And so you have misrepresented what she said. There is no point of order, and Councillor Fulton is absolutely correct, as was Ms McDonald.
It was
around the answer. As the answer, the question was there. So ruling against you. Right. Gosh, so that's 3 points of order for the day. Do you think we could get through the rest of the day with no more, please? Because I had about last year, I kind of go, I've got about a tolerance for about 10 for the whole year. So you're using them all up. Okay, next up. And Councillor O'Neill-Stevens.
Thank you. Just continuing on a theme around climate change, although I think it's been well sort of questioned out that we can build a very resilient buildings, build a very resilient building in that area. So it's going to be sort of slightly broader than that. So talking about the MFE Coastal Hazard Guide for Local Governments, which sort of things like Category A, as was discussed earlier, comes from. As a council, that guide sets out very clearly a decision cycle, a 10-step approach. What step are we currently on?
Thank you. So through the chair, yes, that's a figure that's provided. It's not in this report, but it was provided at the workshop, so it has come up a number of times. And the answer to that really is we're at different stages of that process for coastal hazards, which is what the guidance refers to as we are for, say, the Maitai flood management. But we are at a stage where we have completed or virtually completed the assessments of that, and we're still engaging with the communities on risk and vulnerability. With the Maitai flood management, we've gone slightly beyond that, and we've got to the stage of options, which we still need to take out to the community. So there's a range of steps that we're at, within sort of between step 2 and step 6.
And then at step 8 is an implementation plan. Is that?
I don't. Sorry, through the mayor. I don't have the table in front of me, but I think that's about where it sits. Yeah, step 8.
Yeah, I do have the table in front of me. So,
well, Toby, I'll just get you, because we need to rely on officer advice. So after lunch, I'll get you just to come back and confirm that. Thank you.
And then, okay, so sorry, my questions were also a bit all over the place, kept popping up. Just looking specifically at the report now, page 67, 6.19. That last line there, I'm just wondering what that's derived from. That's the line that says that global efforts to reduce global emissions are likely to result in lower long-term impacts on sea level rise.
So through the mayor, I think that reflects that we've used the RCPH 8.5 H+, which is the worst case, the worst scenario, and just reflecting that if the world does get its act together and make some changes, that we may not see the worst case scenario, but it does require global.
So it's that sort of hypothetical if we take more action, then possibly we'll see lower. Not that it's necessarily anticipated yet that we have seen that action.
I think no. I guess, but my glass is half full, and we're planning based on the worst case. So we're planning for 8.5 H+ for the building, and I think I would hope that we don't have to test that limit, because we as a global community can take some action and make some change.
And then just to come back to the MFE guidance, so that guidance says that we have to test it at 8.5 H+, correct?
So through the mayor, it depends on which category you are working on. As the Group Manager Environmental Management spoke previously, her view, I think, is that it is between an A and a B. For category B, you don't have to use the H.5+, but we are choosing to anyway.
Okay. And then just continuing on with the report, this question, you'll have to forgive me for being on the youthful side. 6.21, if sea levels continue to rise, there will come a point where a combined rainfall and high tide will result in overtopping of the Maitai Walkway. Have we ever seen the Maitai Walkway overtopped before?
Through the mayor, not in recent history, no. The cyclone Fehi did overtop at Hathaway car park on the other side of the river, down through Trafalgar Park Lane there. But this side of the river is about 0.4 to 0.5 metres higher.
Okay, thank you. And then just moving on to some of the potential responses for adaptation. 6.22.3 talks about raising street levels by, I'm not that good at, by about that much, or maybe a desk height. Have we considered sort of practical implications of that, especially with building sort of long-term infrastructure at certain heights?
So through the mayor, yes, that is a good question, and typically that would be resolved through the resource consent process. So it still need to be assessed what the impacts of those were. So in terms of that, raising, so in 6.22.3, raising the intersection of Halifax and Trafalgar Street, if you were to provide an access that would be above a future king tide at 2130, you would need to raise it 600 to 700 millimetres. So the main implication of that really would be around the secondary flow paths from the river, Maitai flooding, because there's a flow path that comes down Halifax Street, and so you'd expect some impoundment behind the upstream or behind Trafalgar Street. You would need to potentially provide a secondary flow path back into the river just above Trafalgar Street, and so that would be, or even culverts under Trafalgar Street. So those considerations would need to be worked on through the resource consent process. It would need to be assessed through modelling, and then mitigation measures worked out from there.
Okay, and then just last time please, Chris.
So I just to be clear, this wouldn't be council going out and suddenly raising the levels by 600 mils overnight. The renewal, as with all its assets, and roading is no different. There is a renewal programme. The road outside on Halifax Street will probably be renewed 3, 4, 5 times in the next 100 years, and so you're looking at each of those stages whether you would make an incremental, so it might be 10, 20 millimeters at a time to get the 100, 200 at a time to get the over time, and that's really no different to how cities across Europe have renewed their assets and built up their assets over time.
I think that's built in, that sort of thinking. I just want to go to Mr. Lavuta, sorry to interrupt Rohan, but I think that thinking's built into the asset management plan across the whole roading network in terms of the issues that we need to consider. Yeah, so it's part of that bigger infrastructure strategy, not just specific to this location. There'll be multiple locations.
Then just looking sort of at some decision-making alignment. Last time we had Damien from Tonkin and Taylor and we were discussing sort of adaptation options, and one of them was a 3.5 metre wall along both sides of the Maitai River. With decisions like that sort of floating on one side and then decisions sort of relating to increasing connectivity, how are we aligning those processes so that we're not sort of getting our feet tangled up by taking one step first when we should have taken the other?
So when you refer to, through the mayor, just trying to understand the question a bit better here. So in relation to the question around connectivity, what are we referring to specifically?
So one of the key principles within the library design, and something that's come through very clearly, has been wanting to increase that sort of human ability to connect to the river and visual ability, which I imagine a 3.5 metre flood wall might, unless we went for the clear option, might disrupt.
Through the mayor, thank you for the confirmation. That makes it much clearer. Yes, certainly a 3.5 metre high barrier along the riverbank would affect the amenity value through there. So that is it is certainly a challenge to that concept. And I would just say that they are mitigation concepts at this stage in terms of the various options that were presented to council at the public workshop last Thursday. So I absolutely agree with the comment there that there may well be community concerns around barriers, and so it's not the only option that's on the table. There are a range of options on the table. Upstream, there's potential channel widening. There's flood detention in the upper catchment that would reduce the flows, so reduce the needs for barriers. And then at the lower end for coastal inundation, potentially a tidal gate that would prevent the the king tides and the storm surges from coming up the river.
So I guess I'm wondering, with those concepts, of which there are a sort of multiple range and different combinations, when will we be? When would you expect that we'll be narrowing our scope on those and sort of potentially heading towards a preferred suite or package of options there?
Through the mayor, certainly it will be a reasonably long-term process, and we haven't taken this out for community consultation yet. but it has been signalled in our long-term plan, and we do intend to do that. And just it's the timing. So in relation to the timing, it's likely to align with the Nelson Plan consultation on natural hazards. And then following that, potentially the options could be, I guess, refined and scaled down. And I think there will be an iterative process in relation to developing them. But that will all happen once we've undertaken the consultation, and there may well need to be a few rounds of consultation to come to a strategy. And it won't just be a one stage of implementation. We're looking at potentially upgrades that will need to happen over the decades, for instance, when bridges become due for renewal, et cetera, et cetera. So it'll be decades away in some cases.
Thanks. Now just wanting to quickly delve into just a couple of points on some things. Page 73, that comparison between new high spec on the existing site versus new high spec on the corner site. I'm just wondering why there is this $900,000, $850,000 difference in the consultancy team and design fees, and where that's coming from.
I think through the Mayor, that's just a reflection on the geometry of the site, and that you do, as you can see from the plan, it's not a square building that you would be putting on there. So there's some additional complexity around that.
And then just on the table itself that we have, looking at the new build high spec on the corner versus new build somewhere else in central Nelson, under that cost, the sort of third paragraph there, the new build in a new location has a 3, whereas the other one has a 4. And I sort of reading through, they looked almost identical. They looked like identical challenges. So I was just interested as to that sort of discrepancy there.
So this is around if you purchased a new site off of somebody else, you would still hold on to the existing library. There's a cost in holding 2 sites for 2 libraries at the same time, whereas if you were going through a negotiation with WOC2, because it's a swap, you don't have that holding cost. So it's that transitional cost from having to have 2 library sites at the same time.
Okay, yes. So because within this proposal for the corner site, we would still be maintaining the existing library for construction.
That's right.
But it's just that land. Okay.
Yeah, that's right.
Very clear. And then just a couple more. Just within the resolution itself, the scope of what sort of scope the negotiation will officers have? How broad a scope?
So I guess the scope, the discussions we've had with WOC2 so far through the Mayor are, I think Council is on the same page as WOC2. It's not like we're trying to deliver 2 different things from the Riverside precinct. So the negotiations are really around what are the mechanics of the land swap deal? What are the parcels that get swapped? How do we manage some of the arrangements such as car parking and ensure that we've got car parking available for as long as council wants it in terms of if that ends up being on their land. And then issues around where design. There's a design process that needs to be gone through, and there's a negotiation over how closely we work with WOC2 over that design. So that could go from if we were to say we will use your design team that's going to do the wider precinct to help us, and that would give a cohesive result. Or we could say we want our own design team, but we will talk to your design team as we go along. So that, it's just around ensuring that what we are building meets council's purpose, but also is sympathetic to what Wakatu are trying to do in the precinct.
Thanks. And then just finally, I guess sort of the question around opportunity cost. What sort of consideration has been given to potential other uses for the existing site or potentially for the land swap site? And what consideration has been given to the potential for sort of private retreat? I know something that's been discussed even within this organisation since before I was elected was the potential for the city centre to sort of migrate towards further towards Collingwood Street as we deal with the impacts from inundation. So how have those sort of lines of thinking been considered in this proposal?
In terms of, through the mayor, the opportunity cost,
Sorry to interrupt, because I just listened to Councillor O'Neill Stevens' comments, and that's certainly not council's direction. There's no direction about council.
Not direction, but the thinking has existed. I know that I spoke to council officers before being elected who discussed that, within adaptation there is a potential, and when we look at our inundation modelling, we know that it's this area of the city that's primarily affected that you may see.
Not from what I saw on Thursday. I saw it depends very much how things work, and we know that Vanguard Street, Vickerman Street, that catchment's got some real problems. We watched as the model moved around and the flooding come up this side, depending what the interventions are. So Ted, I just want to be clear on that, because I'm not aware that officers are working on any sort of process. Not working. I said think that those thoughts have existed in the organisation, which I know they have.
And look, I have 280 staff, and there are a wide range of views on a wide range of issues within those staff. But my view is that when we're talking about sea level rise and freshwater flooding risk, we're talking about virtually all of the wood, Lower Trafalgar Street, Halifax Street, St Vincent Street, Vanguard Street. As the report says, $3.1 billion worth of assets, and we have to consider all of that in its entirety. And we won't have a position on that for, as Toby indicated, there'll be this long-term consultation process, which I think is probably going to take 2 or 3 years to draw to a close, that'll then shape a program of work that'll take decades to implement. And probably every 10 years we'll come back and say, what do you think? Have we got it right? Do we keep going this way, or do we tweak? And what the things we'll have to make sure is whatever we do first is a good part of that jigsaw. But no, there's been no decision by staff that we should be moving Trafalgar Street to Collingwood Street. Certainly not.
Again, not wanting to imply any decisions having been made, but as was at the Tonkin and Taylor workshop, managed retreat is an option that will have to be considered. And as Toby mentioned, we're still in the identifying of values and vulnerability of risk stage in our overall approach. So it is entirely possible still, and we need to keep that open mind, that one of the community outcomes could be managed retreat. And I'm just wanting to understand how that thinking of that being a possibility, an open-ended possibility, presumably within the lifespan of this building, how that that knowledge that could be sitting there, how that is impacting or has impacted the thinking in this report.
Okay.
Noting that throughout the report, it does highlight that, I think there was the line, libraries are considered the living room of a city and really serve as a crucial part of the heart. And so making sure that direct connectivity continues to exist.
Thank you. Through the mayor. Great question. In that workshop on last Thursday, so it was a combination option number 8, and managed retreat was up there, and it identified the area of the CBD in the wood below RL 3 metres as some of those areas that you might consider a managed retreat strategy from, because they are within half a metre of our 1% AEP coastal inundation event. So, for instance, an event like Fehi, half a metre of sea level rise on top of that, you'd get to around that RL 3 metre mark. So this proposal here, with the library redevelopment, if it was raised to 4 metres RL, future maps would actually show it to be outside that mapped area of RL 3 metres. So it does depend, the areas, the low-lying areas of the city that we see at the moment can be raised incrementally, site by site, and over time that will reduce our exposure to flooding. And so why would we, if we had a site that was up at RL 4 metres, we would have confidence that it wouldn't be inundated over the next 100 years. And so it does beg the question, it wouldn't really need to retreat from it.
So just a great answer, but just to drill down a little further, I'm primarily thinking of that sort of private decision of, as discussed, sites could choose to raise, or they could choose to potentially relocate. And so has any thinking gone into, we might invest $44 million in this site, but as is highlighted on one of the maps there, a huge number of the other buildings within the area are privately owned, and that they may make decisions counter to council's decisions. So just, has any thought gone into that, or do you think it's a negligible risk?
I think the figure through the mayor, the figure of $3.1 billion worth of assets, a large proportion of that are individual houses so are we thinking there's going to be a whole scale decision at an individual level to retreat? I don't think that is very likely. I think they would expect council to come up with a range of options and consult with them in terms of, what an appropriate response would be. If you're referring to individual, commercial property owners, that is always an option that's open to them. But I have to say, in my time at council, this idea has, and it is just an idea, not council policy, has been thought about over at least the last 10 years, if not more, by planners. And there really isn't any, there's no signal from the commercial property developers that is on the horizon. It doesn't seem to be countenanced. So I think it is a very low risk.
Thank you. All right, I just said a little chat to Councillor Skinner, and just I popped across there, and I do have Councillor Skinner next on the list, Councillor Laurie, Councillor Noonan and Councillor Brand. But Councillor Skinner is happy to wait till after lunch, are you, Councillor Skinner? Because I really think we could probably do with a little bit of a break.
Probably very brief.
You'll be brief?
Extremely
All right,
brief.
you go brief. You be brief.
To be honest, the frustrating, disappointed this workshop, this decision has become a workshop of workshops, and I feel for Pat, Alex, Chris, Toby and Damien, who presented us some very solid information and data, and we seem to be workshopping them to death, and it's become a debate between hypothetical and actual sea level rises, retreat versus adapt, and we seem to be hell-bent on twisting information to suit each of ours views on that. And I think that's the decision we're going to make at the table today, right now, is to confirm whether the preferred site for Elmer Library development is to be, and whether we go ahead and negotiate Wakatu Incorporated. So my question is, the decision we make today, can that not hold off until after the long-term plan? I realise you need something into a long-term plan, which we've indicated,
right?
And this will support that. But number 3 in the recommendation directs officers to enter into formal negotiations with Wakatu Incorporated.
Yeah. And that's the question. You're right. And I actually wanted, because I really signalled to the chief executive that I really want to understand that, and I think he's got to come back, because that, to me, I'm with you, that I would go preliminary negotiations to inform the LTP decision making that's going to come. But I want to have a chance for Pat to go and have a talk to the LTP team to make sure that they've got that right. That's the issue. So that's actually a good point to pause, so they can go and have that conversation.
And very, very quickly, great information on permutations and computations, and very strong on those, and they're very helpful. If you had a time machine to go ahead 20 or 30 years into the future and then come back to today and tell us, would that be very helpful, or would that give you some savings
Well, if I had a time machine, I'd go back 10 years and start the process then. Look, I think that there's always going to be uncertainty. So, 10, 20, 30 years, climate science, we're learning more and more about and understand, but also the way that, there's geopolitical forces, there's a whole bunch of uncertainty that sits around that. We're trying to plan and work with
I'll leave it at that.
constraints.
All right, thank you.
okay.
I might
So-
have your solution for
So
you.
look, I just need to check, before we go to lunch break, I just need to check, Damien, I'm sorry to do this, but are you okay, and Toby, to come back again? I guess I just have one question for you, and I kind of do it on the record. It's as far as both Damien and Toby go, as professionals in your field, are we getting best quality advice on this? Do you feel like we've missed anything in the preparation of this? Because boy, I feel like we've just probably got one of the most studied sites in New Zealand. So Damien, and I'm asking that because you've got context all around New Zealand and internationally. So are we doing best practice here in terms of our thinking to get into this project?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I echo Chris's comment there that you can't. There's always going to be uncertainty, and my view is that, and as they worked around our country, and my view is that we've made best possible use of the data we have right now, and brought that to bear on this decision. So, in terms of the identification of the hazard, so we're in line with best practice there.
Thank you very much. Toby, you're in agreement on that? I'm just anything between you, wealth of knowledge, but.
Certainly, yes. So, essentially, we've looked at the flood risk quite rigorously, including the sensitivity analysis around the river flooding and tidal situation. So a lot of work has gone into it. Our understanding has evolved. So the flood levels have been established relatively well. There'll always be uncertainty around the sea level rise. Potentially that uncertainty will reduce over time. But I think in terms of the information that we have with us today, it's not going to change substantially in the short term.
Okay, thank you. So the reason I'm asking this, because if I'm going to, we're going to, never really have to go through resource consent processes and other things, and I don't want to embark on this process unless our experts are sitting here saying, no, they're feeling very good about the work that they've done and they're feeling able to sustain those. Because it'll be, if we had to go down a resource consent process, it has felt a little bit like bordering on, and I'm not saying it's a negative way, it's actually a good thing. It almost felt a bit like cross-examination from Councillor Fulton and Councillor O'Neill Stevens, but that's not a bad thing, it's a good thing. I'm really pleased to see you digging into this. But I'm also hearing from our experts that they're feeling very confident in the advice they're giving us. All right, let's take a break for lunch. And we won't take for too long because we've still got quite a lot to get done today. Would you mind very much if we came back maybe at 10 to 2?
Yeah.
Would that be all right? That'll give you, I'm sure we'll be well taken care of. We'll come back at 1:50, okay? And we'll start right on 1:50. So I appreciate it if you can all be back in there. There we go. Kia ora tātou. Welcome back. We'll get back onto our question order. I have got the piece of paper, I've lost it. Councillor Laurie, you are first up, then Councillor Noonan, and then Councillor Brand.
I remember being after Tim.
You just did a point of order, that's all.
All right, so we're all ready to go. Where you go?
So, okay, so thank you, Madam Mayor. My first question for the team is, when was the last time Nelson City Council spent $44 million on a single project? 46. 44. So when was last time? I mean, the Trafalgar Centre was 13 million. That was the last really big ticket item.
No.
What went up? So.
What was it? Oh gosh, I don't know. What's the Trafalgar Centre all up? Anyway, did inflation adjust? So Trafalgar Centre would be up there on the components between northern and southern.
Oh, yeah.
Probably inflation adjusted, but
different projects.
Between the whole thing.
They were different
for a building.
projects. Oh,
was a stage development.
Through the chair, the water treatment plant was of about 24 million.
Yeah, instead of inflation adjust.
And
yeah, we decided not to do the 2000 and what was it? Pete, the 2009 $65 million Performing Arts Centre. We didn't do that, did we? Oh, was it? No, I thought it got to 65. I don't know. Righty-ho.
So it's the biggest. It's the biggest Nelson City Council project since the water treatment plant.
That was my assessment when I spoke to Tim and Tim Nelson and Mail Tim. I think that's what I said to him. I didn't actually have the numbers, analysis with me, but that was my best estimate or guess. It was a bit of guesswork, but I think that would be right. Yep.
Could it be our biggest? Could it be the City of Nelson's biggest infrastructure project ever?
I think the Maitai Dam, although it was in today's terms, would beat it.
Okay,
be a lot more than that.
Right, makes sense.
And I don't know about the water treatment plant if it was corrected.
Even you think the water treatment plant would beat it at today's terms, and we're talking 15 years now at 24 million, 25 million.
So the biggest project in a decade and a half. 15 years ago. Yeah. Okay. Thanks. Next question through the chair. Regardless of where the library gets built, is it safe to assume that the city will be doing things to prevent that part of town from flooding in the future?
Through the mayor, certainly yes. So that is the Maitai flood management program that we workshopped on Thursday, and those are the types of options. And we do have about 10 million in the long-term plan, the draft long-term plan. And as I said, it's it will go beyond 10 years. So that's just what we have at the front end.
And that happens regardless of whether or not there's library or we do anything. That we're just going to be doing that for the rest of the city.
Through the mayor, that's correct. Yes, that we would be doing that more generally for the CBD as well as the wood.
Great. Thank you. And my last question for now anyway, through the chair, is this. If we all had a simultaneous rush of blood to the head and went, actually, we don't like this idea, let's build a new library on a different site somewhere. How long would it take for us to be able to do that, do you think?
Well, I think we've been looking at this site for 10 years, haven't we? So I don't know what a sudden rush of blood would look like to the head in terms of speed of coming up of the site and getting consensus and decision making. So I suspect it would probably knock us back 3 to 5 years. At least, yeah, that'll be with smooth sailing. If we were to stop now and pick another site, we'd have to consult. Yeah, there'll be a long, slow process to get back to where we are today.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Noonan.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I've got 4 questions because I'm on round 1, so I'll do them all at once. Just want to talk about the deconstruction cost page 72, 73, the deconstruction of 23 Halifax Street, which when we approved it was a budget of 753, which included everything, including asbestos removal and protection of the library wall, etc. It's now up to 772, so I'm not sure why, because we're paying for it this year. Can somebody explain that, please?
So through the chair, that is the actual cost of deconstructing the old Medfood building, which is currently underway, and I think it will be by and large completed this financial year. The reason it is shown in these tables is because it's part and parcel of the entire package for the new library, so it comes out of the same activity. So
that can come
we've shown it for completeness.
That can come off the bottom, of course. That can come off the bottom line because it would have been paid for.
Which is to give you an indication of what it's cost. Yeah.
Okay, so that had a high contingency, but we've used it all and we've gone up above it then. Is there any lessons we need to learn from that when we're looking at the 1.5?
So the 1.5, obviously we haven't done as much work as we did on the Medfood building. We did a lot of work, and I think that 772 is got a lot less contingency than the 40. The 40% is because we're dealing with the unknown and we still need to do work, but we've done it on a pro rata. So it's comparing apples with apples.
Okay, even though the existing library is only one level instead of two levels?
Yeah, but it's a bigger footprint.
Okay, thank you, that's good. The second question I've got is regarding, we had a little bit of a discussion this morning about car parking, and I think Mr. Ward said that Wakatu's view was that they want to reduce that car parking over time. Was that correct?
Certainly through the mayor, over the longer term, as different phases of the development get developed.
Okay, so the feedback from the community is really strong on page 99 and pages 103, where it says that parking provision should reflect, many visitors to Omatuna Library drive from areas with restricted access to public transport, which we may be able to solve in the near future. And if we go to 103, the current site benefits from abundant car parking, and feedback received indicates that it is highly valued. So if we've got a public that's got a different view from Wakatu, how are we going to deal with that?
So through the mayor, as I said, this would be a staged process where, so initially, this is showing the diagram I'm looking at is the attachment to the report, which shows the car parking there adjacent to the climatorium. So in Wakatu's view, this is probably a 5 to 10 year plan, and then even after that, when they go in and start redoing the countdown site, there's still car parking available then. So part of it's around an ongoing discussion between council and Wakatu as to what the needs are, and part of it will be through the consenting process as well as to what the requirements are in 10, 20 years' time with regard to parking.
So a general overriding question then, I guess, is that if we do a negotiation with Wakatu, will the public still have input into any decision-making that we have regarding any future use of the space? Is that going to be one of the considerations in the negotiation stage?
So through the mayor, I think it's so part of it will be around maintaining the ongoing relationship with Wakatu, and what they're trying to do in this place has public realm components as well as private components. So, the green area there, which is shown as a playground and an outdoor park, they may well come to council and say that would be a community consultation around that. In terms of, and I'm not wanting to preempt the negotiations, but it could be that council puts in a requirement that the car parking that is currently available is maintained for a period of time, 10, 15, 20 years, whatever.
Okay. Okay. So my second, my penultimate question then is regarding the negotiations, scope of negotiations. When can the governance give some input into those negotiations and the parameters around those?
So through the mayor, I think there will be an opportunity. We're just about to go into the consultation phase through the long-term plan. So, you know, there will be the opportunity for the council to get feedback from the community, and I'm sure, you know, that may be one of the issues that they choose to give feedback on. And then the negotiations with Wakatu, I would expect would be some preliminary work done before then, but there would follow the direction that council gave through the long-term plan process.
Okay, so Madam Mayor, I'm just looking at the resolutions that we're being asked to.
It's going to be changed, Councillor Noonan. Councillor Skinner had signalled, and I'd already signalled across to the Chief Executive, and so that'll come up in a moment. EJ,
in relation to the scope of negotiations?
Just to the preliminary. So we'll pop that up now, EJ, just so we can capture this as we go
Otherwise,
through.
I'll have a question about how that's going to be.
All right, well, let's get that now. So in the interest of time.
Okay. Okay, yep.
Report back.
Yeah, no, that's good. Thank you. And just a comment then at the end is that when I'm looking at all the options, I do note in the higher spec ones that we actually have an archive facility, which we haven't had a conversation about. And our public won't be aware that actually that the higher options have this archive facility. So when that goes through, it'd be nice to have some commentary about what that looks like, and because that's a feature that's you know, an extra, but it's somebody might want to talk about that
Serena,
archive facility.
Serena, did you want to? You're on your way out the door, were you? I'm sorry. Sorry. I think we don't want to get down to in the consultation process.
But I think
not at the detail level.
If we okay, well, let me put it this way. I'll let her pause. If that is where we end up, then I would like to see that a little bit more commentary about the options and the facilities that are provided with those higher options. Maybe I'll leave it at that. Would that be sufficient?
Serena, are you comfortable? Chris, Serena, I'm not quite sure where that landed. So
through you, I think it's important that the higher spec options bring together the expectations of the community as put in the Athfield report, the expectations of council as have been built up through previous decisions, and also the professional expertise of our library staff, and the archive facility is one of those things that they are advocating very strongly for.
Okay, great. So we need to capture that if we proceed with this today into the long-term plan commentary. And I think, sorry, Councillor, I'm just trying to cover things off, multitask here, but I think the commentary in the draft, someone just needs to check. I don't think it captured that discussion and the work that Serena has done to make sure that we're actually building a library, not a building that then needs to be fitted out as a library. I think she's done the absolutely right thing to insist the whole fit outs there as well. So we need to capture that. All right, next up is Councillor Brand.
Thank you, through the Mayor. I've got two questions. The first one is just a clarifying question. With the land swap, the report implies that with Whakatu it would need to be a 5-star Green Star building. With the land swap, if that became Nelson City Council land, is that part of the negotiation with Whakatu and the land swap that it has to remain a 5-star Green Star building?
So through the mayor, I think Wakatu are keen to see their vision for the riverside, the Mahitahi precinct, brought to life. And so they are looking for buildings and urban form and design which complement that as a special place. Whether 5-star Green Star would be a sticking point for them, I'm not sure. But it's certainly the conversations that we've had to date. They have pointed to the example of their building, which is a low carbon, highly sustainable, highly resilient building, as the type of building they want to see on their land.
Okay. And my second question, I'm just going to jump in Councillor Skinner's time machine and take you back to yesterday, to the Environment and Climate Committee, where this might answer Steve's cross question that he raised from the public forum regarding the contradictory messages that council sent out about the flooding and the LIM reports to those, because the CEO mentioned yesterday about the review of that level and the letters going out to different people. So because this area falls in that, and there are residents in that area, I just want to reiterate yesterday's conversation around that review of that standard, so that people that didn't capture what was explained in yesterday's committee meeting is captured here.
And Councillor Brand, thank you for coming back to that, because I just, one of my little bits of paper here, I meant we do need to cover that off. So I would actually like that to happen in this meeting. So I think it would be useful to, for one of the officers, the Chief Executive or Ms. Barton, to go through what the LIM process means. So why we do that. So this is around explaining what we do with the LIMs. Do you need some time to think about that? If you do, you can let me know. I just think we've got trying to explain why we put things on LIMs, what that says, and how the different processes are in relation to actually considering proposals. So what the actual LIMs say.
Yeah, please read.
Okay.
Please read if you want an extra.
You read clear? Sorry, Ms. Barton.
Through the mayor, if I've understood the question correctly, information that council holds, we are required to put onto a LIM, but the situation that was described yesterday by the Chief Executive was in relation to the certainty and probability, and so there was a consideration given to that and a change made in that particular situation from a 2 metre notification to a 1.5 metre notification on a LIM. And the information that we hold between 1.5 and 2 metres will still be on the website for information. And I don't know if the Chief Exec wants to add anything.
So what we did was, in terms of making sure that people were getting adequate notification about risks, we looked at 110 years under RCP 8.5H+, and that was 1.5 metre sea level rise. So that's the most that people are realistically going to be looking for when they buy a property. So they're receiving that sort of notification. But balanced against that is reasonable certainty. And the further out you go with your information, the less reasonable certainty you have. And one of the things I pointed out was that the MFE guidance chart that we were using for that only goes to 1.9 metre sea level rise. We had actually extrapolated beyond that, was part of the reason. And pointed out that we would be revising that data every time that we had updated information from MFE, or every time we refly the city's contour levels, we will update that information. And it may be, as I think Toby talked about, that the library site, if we filled it, could then actually for a while pop out of the inundation zone because it had been filled to a height that got it 110 years. So those were the factors we were considering, and also that we aligned much more closely with what Tasman District Council's practices about only having 1.5 metre sea level rise. But it's simply drawing to people's attention with the LIM that their property could be prone to coastal flooding within the next 110, could be prone to coastal flooding, and that they should visit our website and have a look at the information.
So, Pat, I think it's worth just going through the, I really thank Councillor Brand for raising this. I think it's worth just repeating for the public, as we thought, as elected members, we thought we'd been advised we were doing exactly the same as Tasman District Council. But in fact, you subsequently looked at that and can you explain why we weren't doing that? Because what we were trying to do is get regional consistency when it comes to the LIMs, but actually what we found is that we thought that's what we were told was happening, but that's actually not the case.
That's correct. Tasman have a variable arrangement where the maximum maximum trigger for them would be 1.5 metre sea level rise. And so we are far more aligned with what our neighbours are doing than we were previously. And so letters are in the process of going out, I think, to the people between 1.5 and 2 metres and telling them that their property won't be subject to a LIM notification for coastal flooding at the moment.
Right, thank you. Thank you, Councillor Brand. But that's the end of my list of questions. I think we've really covered those very thoroughly. So I think we're probably ready if someone was keen to move the recommendation on the screen. Councillor Fulton's happy to do that, seconded by Councillor McGurk. All right, so we're ready for debate in that case. So we'll move into debate, and Councillor Fulton is the mover. Do you wish to commence the debate or hold for a right of reply?
I'll speak first and then I'll have a right of reply at the end if I feel like I need to. Look, it's been a really interesting morning and an interesting few weeks. We've had a lot of workshops on sea level rise, flooding, library sites. We've been talking about the library and the potential of the library being located by the river for the whole decade that I've been on council. We've been out to the community and asked the community their feedback and their views through our long-term plan processes, and then through through consultation specifically on the library being at a location along the river. And there is a detailed report which outlines that feedback. So there's a lot of work which has been done to get us to this point in time. The delays in getting us to this point in time was to have that opportunity to have the conversation with Wakatu about potential land swaps and the amazing idea of locating a climatorium, both virtual and in a real space in our city. And to me, that's our next wow. We've talked a lot over the years about what our next wow will be, and the climatorium combined with the library, in my mind, is what our city's all about. So we declared a climate emergency. We've shown leadership in terms of being committed to a response on climate change, both around emissions reduction and innovative adaptation, and ensuring our communities are really resilient into the future. And if you are serious about that and serious about the fact that climate change is the biggest issue of our time, which it is, then you actually have to invest funding into making sure that your city is shaped for the kind of future that we want it to be. What we do know is that people love to be close to water. They love to be close to their coastline, and they love to be close to their rivers. We're really deeply connected to our river, and we've invested a considerable amount into the restoration of our river as well, further upstream, and that and the Maitai walkway, so that connection from the city to the river, to the sea, and to the mountains has been part of our story for the entire time I've been on council. So why we would not invest in a considerable civic structure on that site, I am at a loss to understand why you would not consider the evidence that we've been given, which is really high quality evidence of this point in time. It's looked at the very worst case scenarios in terms of if our planet, in terms of our global leaders do not get on board with the emissions reductions that we need to undertake. But it's also got some really positive scenarios if we do the work. And as a city, we've committed to do the work, and we need to support our country to do the same, and we need to support other countries in the world to rapidly reduce their emissions as well. So the next decade is crucial. The next decade is absolutely crucial in terms of seeing how our emissions reductions can play out, and if we can rapidly reduce them, then some of those positive feedback loops, which we're all worried about, will become hopefully less, will develop some surety that they are less likely to play out into the future. So the next 10 years is critical in terms of how we take care of our people and take care of our land and what we're doing. In the past, we've often talked about the cost of things in terms of investment and return on investments, and kind of COVID came along, and really when you've got the biggest issue of our time, and then we've got COVID, and you look at how rapidly we responded, we mitigated, we've adapted, we've done everything we can to invest into our people and our economy and our future so that COVID has as little impact on our society as we can. We need to be thinking about climate change through the same lens. And the opportunity around building a library alongside a climatorium precinct and shaping a future where you are communicating to our community that thinking is really important to us, that creativity is really important to us, that that we support being a precinct in our CBD, which puts people's minds at the heart of who we are as a community, and recognises that when we realise that potential, particularly in our youth, that we can create so many more jobs and so much more vibrancy in terms of the kind of economic prosperity that we want. So I am supporting this. I probably got a little bit caught up in the climate again, but it's all linked together. It's very linked together today in my mind. We're definitely looking at emissions reductions, mitigation and resilient communities. And I see building a library, which is, I know there's just one last part to the debate.
So about 30 seconds
saving up. I just love this graph which you've created for us, and I want to thank the staff for listening to me go on and on and on about what 5-star Green Star means, and you've really clearly articulated in the document what you're talking about. So thank you for being so explicit in terms of talking about solar and thermal efficient buildings. And we need to remember that when we invest this amount of money now into that Green Star building, the costs we will save in terms of operational costs over the years will be phenomenal too.
Thank you. Councillor McGurk.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and through you. I'll also speak in support of the recommendation that's before us this afternoon. I think the amount of time we've spent in workshops and in questions this morning is perhaps a reflection of the, I suppose, the gravity of the decision we're making in terms of the dollars that are involved and, but more importantly, the future shape of our city centre and the wider landscape. I really have to acknowledge the concerns of the elected members and many in our community about some of the issues that we've been discussing. And I think, as you look further and further out in the future, we're talking about, something that's, over 100 years away, is that the further you go out, the less certain you can be. We can be certain, relatively confident about stuff that's near our horizon, but the further you go out, there's a lot of unknowns. I'm confident that the advice we've given is that there is sufficient mitigation of the risks that we know and acknowledge, and we can work through those as we go forward. But it's important that we actually show confidence in our future and in our city's future and in our people. Turning to the Riverside site, it's been clearly the preferred site of our community. I think in my time in here, we've been a couple of LTPs, but certainly I think the LTP we did in 2018, very clear signal that the community liked the Riverside site for a variety of reasons. And then there's the engagement that was done by Ackfield Architects, again, wide consultation with the community. But it's useful to just check in one more time with our community if that's it's still their preferred site. It is an iconic site, and if we build there, we do actually have 3 sites on the 4 corners of probably one of the busiest intersections we have in our city, entrance to the city. So that, to me, makes it's a logical sense that we should actually look at site, and we actually sort of have we can have a fair bit of input on what the entrance to our city would look like. That's really all I want to say about it. I think if we build a iconic building, a Green Star, something that we can be proud of, that Nelsonians can be proud of, want to visit and be a part of and use, I'll probably finish off with saying build an iconic building that's climate change adaptive, and they will come.
Thank you, Councillor McGurk. Councillor Laurie.
Thank you, Mayor. So I have really struggled with this one. This situation hasn't been helped by the fact I'm watching a TV show which depicts the community of Montauk, north of New York, sometime in the future after climate change has really made its presence felt. So that hasn't helped. Also the fact that in 75 years' time, I will only be 126. That has also weighed on my mind. But seriously, I do have some concerns about how we have got here. I don't believe enough thought has been put into other sites. I don't think there's been enough lateral thinking when it comes to this challenge. And I'm not convinced that the public support a $44, $45, $46 million spend on this proposed site. Earlier today, we heard Nelson Whakatū described as a pissant little city. And I thought about that quite a lot. Pissant means insignificant, unimportant, inconsequential. I don't think Nelson Whakatū is a pissant little city. I think pissant little cities are cities that don't invest in their future. I think pissant little cities are cities that don't invest in their people and in their culture. And if I thought Nelson was a pissant little city, I wouldn't have put my hand up for election, and I don't think any of us here would have either. Again, I do have concerns. I have concerns about climate change. I have concerns about the price. But I actually wrote screeds of notes about all my concerns I was going to share with you all. But I have been listening and I've been thinking. And one of the things that keeps going through my mind is that if we don't push forward with this project, I don't know when we're going to get a new library. And one thing I do know is that the people of Nelson Whakatū want a new library. I also want council to work in partnership with Whakatū to do something special in our city. And I think this provides us with a fantastic opportunity to do just that. But I have been, like I said, going through a fair bit of inner turmoil, and I wasn't actually sure probably an hour ago how I was going to vote on this. And then I thought about a writer named Caitlin Moran, who's a terrific British columnist and novel author. And she's got something really interesting to say about libraries, which I went back to, and it's had an effect on me. I'd like to share it with you. So Caitlin Moran writes, and she's talking about Britain. It's worth bearing in mind. She says, a library in the middle of a community is a cross between an emergency exit, a life raft, and a festival. They are cathedrals of the mind, hospitals of the soul, theme parks of the imagination. On a cold, rainy island, they are the only sheltered public spaces where you are not a consumer, but a citizen instead. And those words mean a lot to me. So after wrestling with it for quite a long time, I've decided to vote for the recommendation.
Thank you, Councillor Laurie. Councillor Neil Stevens. I'm enjoying this today, I just have to say.
Dare I say, Councillor Laurie's not the only one who's been tortured, I guess, in this decision. The significance of that only a little in a healthy collegial way. But this issue has weighed quite heavily on me. It is certainly of significant sort of intergenerational significance. And I think at one of our last meetings, I went back to the 80s for some advice. I went to George Michael's, if you're going to do it right. But for this meeting, I've gone a little bit further back to our dear friend Voltaire. Perfect is the enemy of the good. And those two thoughts have been battling throughout this meeting and throughout the last few weeks. I have some serious concerns around particularly the timing of our approach. I think that this does represent a significant stand in our approach to climate adaptation. As has been thoroughly interrogated, we're still in a long process of establishing what is significant to our community and what areas they would like to see invested in and what areas they would like to protect. And it's going to be a long and challenging conversation. But what's also shone through is as other councillors have said, how much our community also would like a library, and a library that can interface and recognise Te Mana o Te Wai. And it is a very exciting prospect to be able to partner with Whakatū to deliver an entire precinct of regeneration within our CBD, which is a key focus for this council. And yes, it's no small price tag, but it is investment in our people. And I've been reading a book called Happy City. It's about happy cities, and it talks about, just following on from some of the ideas Matt raised, one of the great things that the Greeks and the Romans did was public spaces designed for thought, where citizens would go to think and to engage. And so today I will be supporting this resolution, and I hope that pending a solid business case and all our ducks aligning in a row and it meeting some pretty high standards, that this can be a space for Nelsonians to be citizens and to engage, and I hope to engage with us. And I look forward to the inevitably huge amount of engagement we'll be receiving on this through the long-term plan. Kia ora.
Thank you, Councillor Neil Stevens. Councillor Noonan.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It does feel like a very long journey, this particular one. And I just think it feels more like a roller coaster. We go yes, and then we go no, and yes and no, and one step forward and a couple of back, but we've got somewhere today. We do own this site, so we do have control over it, which is a benefit to having to look for something else. And the public have told us this is a special place for them. And we now have someone who wants to partner with us. And I'm a big believer in partnerships, because I think you can get so much more done when you're working with others. And I think that's something that can cross all paths of life and all decisions, whether they be small or large, whether you're dealing with children, families, or the community. Partnerships are an essential part of our community, and we do need each other to make things successful. If the public do support this proposal, and it is a proposal, but it's quite ambitious, I recognise that. But I think that if they do support it, we can have something extremely special. And now we actually have a package or a proposal to take to them. And it feels like a long time coming together, but I think it's been very well tested. There's been a lot of opposition for different reasons, and those things have been addressed. And I appreciate the calmness that's been, that has been used to research the issues that people are concerned about and actually come up with really solid results and good data to underline the vision that we have and why we're going there. So here we go. We're going to, the last bit of the roller coaster is to come into the end, and we're going to hand this little baby over to the public, and we'll see what comes back. And I'm sure, I'm pretty sure I know what we're going to get, and it's going to be an interesting when it comes back to us. But in the meantime, we'll be out and about, and there'll be a lot of conversations, I have no doubt at all, because this is quite a big project. So may I say, bring it on.
Thank you, Councillor Noonan. Councillor Skinner.
Thank you. Libraries are very important, and I think everyone here loves libraries. And I have very clear memories as a 3 or 4 year old at the library on Hardy Street across the road from the St John's Church there. And our library even goes back to 1841 when the New Zealand company brought their boats over, and Whitby was the first Nelson library coming through. So I believe it's one of the oldest of libraries in the country. So that's still very important to me. And I don't believe we should be retreating. I feel we should be adapting where we put it. And I'd be excited to have a library either where it is or a library on the corner there. But saying that, I'm still open. We don't always have to have a view of the water from our library. And it's nice to hear Councillor Laurie calling it the Cathedral of Books, or referring to someone else's quote, the Cathedral of Books. But I can't.
Sorry, I gave him that one.
I can't. I
think he's an hour ahead in this game of table tennis, I just want to say.
This is a project, this is a project that started at 6 million, 12 million, 20 million, 40 million, now 44 million. Where does the madness stop? And I can't support us, at this point in time, I cannot support us spending $44 million on a library. But I also understand this is something the public have asked us, and we've put forward that we want to look into the options, and that's what we've done. So I commend where we're at and looking at the options, but I will be opening my ears, as always, to the public's feedback when it goes to LGP. So I am support that something has to go clearly, rightly or wrongly, to the public for their feedback. And I think their feedback will probably possibly be similar to mine, as 44 million is just far too much. But the other thing that concerns me is that it's great working for Wakatū, and they're great partners and many things to work with, but us tying ourselves in a knot with this Denmark or Wakatū Levdig climate tabernacle. I don't want to see us confusing that with that, but by all means keep a conversation. I'm happy for us to have those preliminary negotiations and incorporation with the land potential proposal of exchange, but $44 million I cannot support on this project. It's half of what we spend on the city to run the city in a year. But so that I'm in, like probably many on the table, in two minds whether to support this at all, but I do support something going out to the public, and I'll be listening clearly and keenly on the public's response before I decide on what to
Right, I'm just going to point of order you. And I'm really sorry to do, no. You just made a statement, this is half of what council spends to run the city in a year, and that's operational expenditure.
Okay.
And this is capital expenditure, and we've been down this before, so that was a misleading statement.
It's very
so would
clear.
you like to reframe that, because it's certainly not what we spend each year in terms of OPEX and CAPEX, are very different. I can give you the ready reckoner again if you'd like it. So you can just reframe it.
I'll reframe
I'll rule on the point of order.
We spend approximately $90 million to run the city. We're spending $44 million where we borrow it, etc., on a building over a period of time.
Well, it's borrowing versus operational,
Well,
so
the
let's just
borrowing,
make it clear. I'm not going to rule on that point of order because.
I'll retract that.
Thank you.
I'll retract
Appreciate
that.
it. Thank you.
People can come to their own conclusions on figures, and
thank you, Councillor.
It's a complex. It's not as black and white as one may see. But anyway, I've put my points. I've put my points very clearly. I support Madam Mayor. I support the staff and yourself bringing something. And I know it's grown. The public have been behind something. We've been behind something. But I'll wait upon the LTP.
All right. So do I take that as a vote of support for going out? Are you for or against? I just kind of need to know. I've heard you on your concerns, but we've got to. Do you want to put it out or not?
If we don't go out with this, it makes we've already putting something into the long-term plan, and we need to support something to go into the long-term plan. And I'll support us going out in the long-term plan.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rainey.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I was and have been a very strong supporter of building a redeveloped library on the Riverside Precinct. In fact, I went when Kerry Marshall was the mayor. I went with him to see Keith Palmer about the project back when Rohan was 7. This was a few years ago, and have for many years held a strong opinion that it's a great idea to develop the site. It's either that the city owned the land. In fact, we were just waiting for Wakatū to show interest to come forward and start doing something. So it really is truly refreshing that they've kind of turned a corner and are now seemingly leading the potentially.
I'm sorry, I'm going to have to really ask for that comment to be withdrawn. Wakatū, from my knowledge, having been mayor for my 3rd term, is that Wakatū, it's not a matter of them turning the corner and now coming to that. They have consistently been there wanting to support this development from that time. So I'm sorry, I don't want you making a public statement to suggest.
Well, okay, so maybe I'll rephrase that. At one point, they were keen to do something, but they just weren't keen to say when they were going to do it. So it's nice to see that they have made a decision, obviously, to progress things, which is great.
Yes, and they certainly for the whole 7, now nearly 8 years, that's how long it's been. So I just don't want misrepresentations about other parties being made in this room. Thank you.
However, things change, and what may well have been a good idea at one point may not necessarily be a good idea now, or indeed as may well roll out in the future. And it's interesting to see what's happened in Christchurch, to see how a city, when given the opportunity to redevelop, has moved away from the riverbank, and these huge precincts that Christchurch has redeveloped in terms of the Justice Precinct and their library and a whole lot of things, that they've moved away from the riverbank for another reason, I know. However, when given the opportunity, they've done that. So it may well be that after we, and I'm pretty sure this is going to go through today, it may well be that after listening to the public of Nelson on this particular issue, that I may well support it at that point. However, looking through the list of items on the recommendation, I can't, in all honesty, say that this is my preferred option in terms of the site, because I don't think we've been given all of the information that we need or have needed to make a truly informed decision on behalf of our community in regards to this. I do think, from an urban design perspective, that there may well be other really great sites in the city to put a library, yet we've not considered that in any depth. And I think that's a flaw in the process so far. However, I'm sure that this will go through and the public will get an opportunity to comment on it. But due to that fact, and in some ways to highlight the fact that I don't think it's been a truly comprehensive process, I'm going to be voting against the recommendation today.
Thank you, Councillor Rainey. Councillor Brand.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. A lot of my points have been covered by others, and I'm not as eloquent as some of our previous speakers, so I'll just get to the point of the feedback that I get from the community and the issues that they raise around the cost around projects in the library and many other things. And the stuff that I've heard, especially with different articles that have been printed recently, is about the true cost. And the community is glad that we are looking at the Riverside precinct, because they have feedback and they are very strong on that location, and they were quite interested to hear about the mitigation ways to ensure that we can continue to have a library at that part of our city, as they deemed, the feedback that I have received is that they deem that would create a healthy city. Now, as for the cost, in the paper the other day it said about the 44,000. Well, I've had a lot of feedback between that day and today coming here for this meeting. And one of the things that always come out about council projects is that they have a mindset, it's not my words, these are theirs, the mindset of how cheap can we do it, and we'll just put forward a certain cost and then we'll bring in other parts of the project later just so we can get it across the line. So a lot of the feedback I get is, can we please have true accurate cost of a project so that we know exactly what we are committing to and the reality of what that project will look like, with all the contingencies and the possible other things coming into it. So I actually want to thank this report, because while that figure is a hard pill to swallow, they have rigorously tested and applied the past projects' learnings. I know you don't like that word, Councillor Courtney, but I'll just use that, as well as the other review of that money, if you don't put it in now, you will have people coming to the council table asking for unbudgeted money, or we forgot to add this, or we forgot about that, or the cost has increased because of this. So the fact that you have a partner of Whakatū's capabilities and experience and knowledge stating that these are the costs and these are the more accurate figures of what you need to look at for a project to happen of this size, I think that is great, because you're actually going out with a more honest and realistic picture to our community, who have asked and set the expectation for this library to become the heart or health part of the healthy part of our city, referred to as iconic, and we are thinking about good urban design. So I think, while the other parts of people have covered that off for me, I just wanted to touch on this part to say that I am supportive of this to go out to the community. And I think the community, while it's a big number and it's a hard pill to swallow, I think they'll be grateful that we've actually been a bit more realistic.
Thank you, councillor Brand. Councillor Bowater.
Thank you. I'll start off by saying, yes, I think that, well, I support it. I had a few struggles over it myself as well. But then I recall last year I was absolutely frustrated that we weren't doing anything. And we see that seems to have been something that's been happening for quite some considerable time. And now we bring ourselves to a stage where we're actually putting out a rather large sum, as already been mentioned by others. We've also had other comments about different people's different thought processes. And I think, Rohan, we have to have a bit of faith. And there seems to be quite a spiritual thing going on today as well, by a few other comments made. So, it's been there, people. So it was identified this morning by our submitter that there was a cost of $2,000 per ratepayer. And it's an awful lot of money. And that's only one person's comment about it, but Mr. Ward has covered off my concerns in great detail. And I'd just like to acknowledge all the work and effort that has been done by anyone that has been involved with this process over what seems to be a considerable amount of time. And I've extensively delved in the redevelopment of the Elmer Turner Library. The longer we wait, the more this is going to cost. This is absolutely obvious. I mean, we can all remember when we were actually campaigning and people were saying how much the library is going to, oh, no. I think we're actually double that now, which is a really hard pill to swallow. I know the potential when we go out to consultation is people are going to actually just absolutely stop at that figure. So we actually have to convince, and Councillor Brand has touched on that, and a couple of the comments that she's made throughout the day I totally agree with as well. Hopefully there's some money, some funding, something that we can actually find to actually assist with this, and I'm sure we will go looking for wherever we can, but we've got to do it. And the only thing I see that we're stumbling block on that is actually the price. But we have to do it, people. If we don't do it now, and it just, as been said in the past, kick the can down the road. I mean, we started, I just can't comprehend where we'll end up at this price. So we need to get on with it, and I support. Thank you.
Thank you, councillor Bowater. Councillor Sansom.
Thanks, Madam Mayor, through the chair. So there is so much to love about this project. Obviously, a library. One of our most used assets in the community, and I am certainly a fan of libraries, and I'm also a fan of investing in community assets and culture and wellbeing for our city. I really like the idea that we're going to be connecting or looking at that this project looks at options for connecting the city to the river and enhancing our public spaces. And I'm also supportive of partnership with Wakatoa Corporation on sustainability and resilience. However, I am going to be swimming against the tide or the sea level rise or the floodwaters today, because I still have concerns and questions that feel unanswered. And I have felt an immense amount of political pressure to, I guess, support this going ahead, despite my concerns. So today I am going to vote with my conscience, and I have concerns that we are prioritising this investment in this over infrastructure renewal investment that would enable intensification all across our city for housing and affordability. I feel like we have heard a lot from engineers about the ability for us to build up. I have no doubt that we can build something, a floor level, which would be, I think, about the height of me on the existing floor level of the Elmer Turner Library. I don't feel confident that we have heard enough from climate scientists and government advice about whether this is prudent and whether this is something we should be doing. I'm also concerned about our community's ability to afford the options that we're going to need to undertake to mitigate potential flooding and sea level rise. I have some concerns that we are going to invest in something that may become a stranded asset in the future and may require further investment. However, I also know that this is going to go through today. I'm aware of that. And I really want to hear from the community. And if the community support this and they support this cognizant of the costs and they support this cognizant of the risks, then I will get on board and I will support this at the next stage. But for me today, I just feel like I can't vote in support of this. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Sensen. We had Councillor Bywater. I think we're up to the Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. Look, as has been highlighted, libraries are a really important cornerstone of a healthy community. They're a gateway to knowledge and culture and, for exploring and sharing ideas and research and, and it's a great gathering space, as was said earlier by Councillor Laurie. It's an equaliser. It doesn't matter who you are or what you bring. You can just be you in a library. You can read a newspaper. You can sit in a chair and just contemplate. You don't have to have money. You don't have to be wealthy. You don't have to spend. There's a lot of places, parents with young children, you're forced to spend money if you take your kids places. You're not forced to do that at the library. You can have so much fun and so many different activities and, you can get lost in stories. There is nothing sort of more exciting and more devastating than ending a great book. And it's nearly like losing a friend often. And so it's critical that we have these facilities for our community. And I guess, when we're talking about the investment, and look, I won't deny, I balked at the numbers. I really did. But it's about investing into our community. It's not a building. Yes, there's a physical form there, but it's about what happens in it. And so this is about investing into our community. And look, there are so many different things we will be investing into the next 10 years, and they will all be in the long-term plan and in our engagement with the community. For investing into housing, I think there's 12 point something million for the Nelson Plan, and that probably is the best investment we can make for supporting intensification, is the Nelson Plan alone, let alone the infrastructure investments we're looking at. And for me, though, it is important that today isn't an ultimate decision. If today was an ultimate decision, I don't know what decision I would make. Today, for me, it's an important step about engagement with the community. Now, I know we've had engagement over the last 10 years, and part of what I'm going to say, I want the staff to listen to as well, because we've heard councillors who have been to dozens of workshops and had numerous meetings say how much they had to grapple with this decision and struggled with all the different aspects of it. And we're going to be asking a community to read a few pages and in a month come up with their views on this. And we've got councillors who, some have been around the table for 18 months, but some have been around the table for most of the 10 years of this discussion. And so I think the information, the communication is going to be critical. The consultation document is going to be critical, but our communication is beyond that consultation document. That is one avenue. And every story we put out, every post, every time we engage with the community, we really need to help them understand, because this has been a big journey and there is so much for people to get their head around. And so we need to make sure that we are really supporting them. And, one element of the cost, for example, that Councillor Brand mentioned is, I think it would be good to break out, here's the fit out cost, here's the landscaping cost, and then here is the total, so they can actually see, not just here's the cost, because that's what we're saying. Here's a big number, and yeah, it's a scary big number. But actually, if you start breaking down into the key components, here's the build, here's the landscaping, here's the fit out, etc. There's usually about 5 key lines you can have, and then here is the total. And just start thinking about, all of those different workshops we've had and all those stages we've had to go to get our head around this and help the community to have as much as possible that same level of understanding, because we know they value libraries, and that's not really the discussion we're having with them. We've had that discussion, we've heard that, we know they value libraries, but now it's about bringing all those elements together. So I'm keen to have the discussion with the community, but I think our communications, as I said, is going to be the most critical element of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Fulton, do you wish to exercise the right to reply, or do you feel that we've adequately canvassed the issues in the debate?
I think we've, I wanted to just say something really brief.
Right, there's the right to reply from
Do you
Councillor
want
Fulton.
to speak?
I don't need to speak today.
I just wanted to touch on really briefly, we've had quite a few debates on the cost of the building and how high it is, and I accept that that is a considerably high amount. I'm kind of reminded of having a similar debate over the Performing Arts Centre, which we didn't proceed with because of the high cost. And we had spent a lot of time on the Rutherford Park development plan and looking for sites and done a lot of work to reach that point where we then decided not to proceed. I think that the reality is that the cost of living is high, and if we're serious about a zero carbon future, which we all are, then we have to pay the true cost of living, and the true cost is taking care of our environment as well. And so there is some cost in this building in terms of making it a Green Star rated building, but that shows leadership and it sets an example to our community of how these buildings should look and how they should feel. The airport's done it and they did it very, very well. So we know that big buildings can be built to these standards, and we can showcase to our region and hopefully to the world and to the future that this is how you create carbon zero communities into the future. And I think that that is part of that, of sort of accepting that there is that cost now that wasn't perhaps there before. As a country, we need to turn our mind to that.
Thank you. I'm ready to put the vote. Just going to
Call for a division.
He had it out.
Did someone call for a division?
Did you,
Councillor McGurk? Okay.
Oh, you open an ice cream. That's too important not to have one.
Councillor Fulton.
Oh, me first. Aye.
It's random order.
Councillor McGurk. Aye. Councillor Courtney. Aye. Councillor Sanson.
Nay.
Councillor Brand.
Aye.
Councillor Laurie.
Aye.
Councillor Edgar.
Aye.
Councillor Skinner. Aye. Councillor Bowater.
Aye.
Councillor Noonan. Councillor Rainey.
No.
Councillor O'Neill Stevens. Aye. Mayor Rees.
Aye. Thank you. The votes carried, 11 votes for, 2 against. Thank you. All right. We're going to have a 5-minute break. Just before we do that, we have to do a couple of things. So the first one is to thank the Chief Executive and the team that have put together the material. It's quite a big team to bring this material forward. I want to, if I just hold your attention for a moment, I hope we were all listening to the Deputy Mayor when she spoke about what is required. There is quite a lot more material to be put together before this gets itself out the door, you know, for the consultation process. So that is very, very important. So all of those of you who have been involved in the team to date and bringing this forward, you need to be involved in preparing the material that is going to support the consultation to make sure that the public understand the components, and we need to make sure there are plenty of opportunities for them to sit down and converse and engage through that period about the different aspects. So it's a big part of the consultation project for this long-term plan. I sincerely thank you. I just want to say to those of you who have had been through multiple testing of your evidential basis and your thoughts as you're bringing them forward. I want to thank you for your patience and how much I have tested you personally around this, but I think it is critical. And so I wasn't surprised today to have elected members doing a similar thing, really wanting to drill into this. But the quality of the information that's come forward to me is absolutely robust, and particularly want to thank Damien and Toby for the work that you've put in to get it to this point. So thank you. All right, before we Chris, you've been project leading this, and there's quite a bit more to do yet. So I'll wait and see how we go at the consultation stage, and then we'll come back and see what the next steps are. Before we go to the break, we just need to pass a resolution that I was hoping not to pass today, but it's the one that says we've been sitting for an unhealthy level of time and we now need to extend the meeting beyond 6 hours. Moved by the Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councillor Bowater. I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Aye, against, carry. Go and have a 5 max 10 minute stretch because we've still got quite a bit of business and a workshop. We'll resume our meeting. Now we're up to the adoption of the draft financial strategy, and you've had that report circulated separately. So I will invite report writers to the meeting and welcome to the team. I'll let you present the report.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor, thought I'd just do a very brief introduction to the report. So the financial strategy is a key document in our LTP development and part of our process. And one of the, obviously there've been a lot of council workshops on the long-term plan, and effectively this is kind of the balance that we've got to in terms of rates and debt. A key part of a financial strategy is talking, having a look at affordability and financial prudence, and I think we've got to a place where we're sort of balancing the debt versus rates, and it's part of the consultation document as well. So happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Nikki and Claire. So we've now got Deputy Mayor's got a question.
Thank you. Just on page 11 of the agenda, just the summary by activity of growth component. It says to come when development contributions policy is finalised. Do you mean the draft is finalised for consultation, or once it's been adopted post the LTP?
So through the chair, it'll be for the draft. So we'll be giving the indications in the draft, and then obviously once it'll be amended at final if there are any changes.
Lovely, thank you.
So Nikki, just checking. So in terms of we workshop this the other day, so are there any additional changes that we since the workshop?
So through the chair, I mean, we've taken on board feedback from the council workshop the other day. The only slight change is probably in page 20, which I didn't actually get to at the workshop the other day, and it's around the investment targets for the port, the airport and NALMAC.
Okay.
And historically, we've sort of just had in there like a specific target, like 7% return on equity or something like that. And I don't think they've really been looked at closely.
No.
And so what I've tried to do this time is, and to be consistent with how TDC are treating them, is tried to line them up to the target, the dividend return targets. And so, yeah, that's been updated, and I haven't had a chance to go through that, but it's consistent with TDC for the joint entities.
Okay, and then you've written on the NALMAC one to be reviewed. So I just want to understand what that one is. Well, my version says that. I'm sorry.
Yes, there you go.
So that was based on a conversation, Madam Mayor, that you and I had with the chair and the CEO of NALMAC, and the pressure that paying 50% of their after-tax profit was putting on their ability to replace their fleet, and that they would like to have a conversation about that target. So the words "to be reviewed" don't have to be in there, but
Okay, so but what I'm interested in how that process works in relation to consultation LTP. So Nikki, how's that going to work?
So through the chair, we will obviously have it'll almost be like a concurrent process, because we'll have the statement of intent process running through at the same time, and we will signal the level that we want within that, and so they'll effectively need to line up at the 30th of June.
All right, okay, so we'll work through that SOI process, and that'll come in at the same time. Okay, thank you. I'll go to Councillor Noonan and then back to the Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Page 13, we've got the council's infrastructure strategy. We've got showing an operating expenditure of XXX million. It's a really good secret, but can we have the figures, please, for that?
So through the chair, we're still trying to line up the first 10 years versus the second 20 years, but it will be lined up when this comes out for so this is just the version to be adopted by order, and this will be completely tidied up by the time you adopt the consultation document in March.
Okay, it's a bit like the building blocks that we send through of the AMPs and the infrastructure strategy. And so this is the one that we needed to get finalised. So it's here now. Deputy Mayor and then Councillor Sanson.
Sorry, I just had a follow-up question to the NALMAC one. So, I mean, do we need to indicate, or, you know, if the target return was to change, do we need to consult with the public over that, or what's our legal obligations if there was to be any significant changes on that return?
Through the chair, I don't believe we would need to consult with the public on that. I mean, we would be still expecting a return. It would just be adjusting the target over a period of time, you know, for a period of time to allow, you know, to allow some reinvestment. So I think the reality is that you know, the statement of intents are publicly available, and this is really at this point in time. It's not set for 10 years.
Okay, thank you. And just the rates pie on page 16, is that still to be updated? It's still got like the 0% solid waste and 0% corporate.
So through the chair, what we've tried to do there is underneath it to try and clarify that that is just the rates pie. And so we've adjusted the wording there in red to explain why solid waste and corporate don't actually draw on rates.
Right. So do we need the headings at all then? Of solid waste and corporate? Associated with the pie, since there's a 0% rates take from it. I'm just wondering why they're there.
Through the chair, we'll just take those out.
Thank
I
you.
mean, they're not quite zero, but they're close to, so.
Okay. Well, just have a think about that. There might be a discussion with the audit as to how they, you know, how they want it presented. Okay. Councillor Sanson.
I'm okay now, thanks.
Okay, that's good. All right, any other questions? We've canvassed, moved by the Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councillor Bywater. Any debate? I think we've canvassed this well and truly. Okay, I'm going to put the motion. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Carried. All right, thank you. I think that concludes, EJ, all of our public. So we'll now move into confidential, and the item we're dealing with in confidential today, items we've got, oh, excuse me, I just need to get my public agenda so I can talk about them in public. We've got 2 sets of minutes and recommendations from the Strategic Development Committee. The reasons for going into confidential and are set out on pages 6 and 7 of the public agenda, satisfied that they adequately describe both the subject matter and the reasons in regard to those matters. So I'll move we go into public excluded. Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Skinner. I'll put the motion. All those